QMCO wants 200, baby.
You ready to get back to the trading action?
You aim, you shoot, and make money.
It's going to be a great day. You guys know where you're at. What's going on, traders out there? How we doing? Getting things started here, ready to get into the action. Of course, we got our traders joining in also, ready to kick things off. And we'll see what we come up in the market today. A little bit of some back and forth action, of course, last week with rotation kind of turning away. We'll see what happens out there. Let's get to the action here. Let's bring on our traders here. Michael Nauss. What's going on? Jane in the house. How we doing? Can you hear me? Can you hear me, guys?
All right. You hear it sounding good. Another new all-time closing highs for the average large cap stock. So things continue to be awesome.
All right. And Jane, are you on the road? Because I do hear some background kind of feedback there. Is that coming from maybe from you here? Let me see if I can adjust that a little bit there.
Oh, you know what? Hold on. Pardon me.
It just might be on the wrong mic.
There, it should be eliminated now. You know what? Perfect. I can't hear you through the streaming platform. I heard it through the YouTube channel.
That's interesting. Maybe just check your audio sounds
let me
there.
exit. I'm coming back in.
Yeah, just check your settings. Maybe your settings are a little bit off. Sometimes this platform does that, where it changes your settings and it's a little bit all over the place. But all right, we'll definitely take a look into the market, guys. We got a lot to talk about. The SPY is on the brink of support, or maybe trying to hold on to support. Some people definitely will be back and forth on this action, but it's definitely right there, right? Let's take a look at the overnight action. We can also take a look at what was going on there. I know Michael keeps up with all that, so let's dive right into those charts and take a look at what happened in, of course, the weekend action, we can say. A long weekend, and wasn't a bad one, though. Let's get to that action. Let's talk about what's been going on in the markets here. Man, my charts, my other platform's down today, so I'm here having to use different platforms, right? So
TC 2000.
Yeah, it's not. They did some type of fix, and then now it doesn't even want to work. So I don't know. You know how the things go when you do an update.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's good
update, guys.
Good to look at the futures here, I think, just because it was a bit weird, right? We opened up on Sunday night like we normally do, and then closed again on Monday morning, and then traded again kind of Monday evening. So it was really weird, but that's what the futures do. But really a whole lot of nothing, right? Just up, down, not really too much moving. And when I did my weekend analysis, it's the same stuff that we've been talking about forever, right? We have RSP, and if you go to like a line chart, all-time closing highs for the RSP, never been higher on a weekly basis, right? You can see that right here. Nice new all-time high there for the average large cap stock. IWM looking great as well, right? Kind of close to an all-time closing highs, got close there, but didn't quite make it. So yeah, across the board, everything is looking good, unless you are in some of the, the names getting hit, those ones that everyone's worried that Anthropic's going to eat their lunch. One thing that's super interesting to me is we talk about this all the time, right? Is that volatility is mean reverting. And you can look at the VIX. You can, it's not many things we know for sure in the market, but volatility is mean reverting. High volatility leads to low volatility and vice versa. Asset prices trend, and those are the kind of two things we know for sure. So I wanted just to focus on this lower indicator right here, and this is the Bollinger Band width. And the Bollinger Band are not an overbought, oversold indicator the way a lot of people use them, but they're a volatility indicator. They're showing you how much essentially a market wiggles around, say, a 20-period moving average. That's the standard for it. And so this indicator is just basically looking at the size of those bands and saying, hey, is this a lot or a little? And it is, you can see right at the lows here. So it just means that we are as sideways and as lowest volatility that we have been in ages and ages and ages, right? All the way back to kind of right around here, I think is the last time we've been that low. So that was the end of the last bear market in 2022. So I'm on a weekly chart here. So, most stocks making new all-time highs. I think of the S&P 500, there's like 200 names that are within 5% of an all-time closing high. And that's looking great, but the same culprits, right? So if you're in things people are worried about getting replaced by Anthropic, you're having a bad time. And if you're in kind of literally anything else, everything's going fine. So be interesting to see if that changes, if there's some sort of rotation that happens this week, or whether or not we're just gonna do more of the same. Because if it's more of the same, that's great. Probably means there's a pretty interesting trade to be had there.
Yeah, one of the things that I would say is that I agree with you that it's a lot of the high flyer names, but if you really look into it also, it's the Mag 7 here too. So it's not just the names that, like euphoric names. It's names that are in everybody's portfolio too, Michael. So there is some worry out there. Because if you're looking at these stocks, they are going down significantly, like Microsoft from 480 down to 400 in just a week.
Well, and this
So
is
that's
the
losing 80 points in just a week, which pretty much gave back all that 3 months rally in pretty much 1 month. So those types
and
of
this
things, really.
it's funny. This is the chart that I shared to be given out, right, as kind of my chart of the day on our Twitter there. And it might be a little hard to read on stream, but it's basically just looking at the capex of all of the different kind of big Mag 7. You got Microsoft here, 89% year over year growth. Amazon's going to spend 40 billion, Meta's going to spend 25 billion, and Apple is the only one that has decreased capex. They're like, we're spending less money this year than everyone else. And I remember all of the fears about, Apple doesn't understand AI and they're going to get left in the dust and all of this.
Which
But
is
now
still true, right?
they're getting heavily rewarded for not spending in these. Because what I think they figured out, if you look at just relative to all-time highs, you take a look at this and you compare it to like a Meta, I think what they figured out is that it doesn't matter if it's a Claude or an Anthropic or a ChatGPT or this or that. They've got the portal. People are going to be using their phones to talk to the AI, so they can just kind of hang out and make whatever partnership they want to make. Because if you look at Meta and you look at Google, you look at a lot of these names, they're just getting kind of smoked in comparison. And it's just interesting to see. It's a build versus buy debate, right? And this is like one of the first things you learn in business school does it make sense to build your own AI? Or does it make sense just to license one of the other hundreds of people out there that are building their own AI and spending all the money? Just say, we'll just license you. And then if you suck, we'll leave, right? You're using Google right now. Google, if Gemini sucks, they'll go with Anthropic. They'll go with Perplexity or ChatGPT or whatever. So yeah, it's really interesting just to see they're the only one of the Mag 7s like, yeah, we're going to spend less.
Still,
than all you
though,
guys.
still had a red week, right? I want to note that. Still having a red week, and the last 2 days really being significant to the downside. So more and more what I'm seeing there is concerns of pricing, right? Because memory prices skyrocketing, iPhone prices are going to skyrocket too. So the concern moving forward to me is also going to hardware. And so I don't think it's just software that's getting hit here. I know a lot of people are saying, well, just go to hardware. I don't think that's the solution either. So I think that we're really starting to see some trouble ahead here. I know that, at least, Michael is always going to be in the camp that waiting to see it really show that breaking. But we are showing some troubles from the top, right? If you look at that Apple chart, and I hate talking about these, but it just looks like a head and shoulders, right, off of the 280s now really coming down. A lot of these just don't look good. They don't look good at all at the top, and these are your best names in the market. So we all know how the S&P 500 and the Qs are run by the best names. It's not the everything. So that's my question for the week. Can the market continue to hold here with these names going down as fast as they're going? So I'll kick it to you guys, and I'll kick it to Jane with that conversation.
Yeah, with Apple, I was a big Apple bull right away until middle of the week, until we started to see that drawdown. happen. And we now see that we've got the bigger money located at 255.88 and 255.42. So they went from one level to another level, dropped it down, and are they going to bring it back up again? Or is this going to be boom, we go down, and they were just selling at the top? So looking at the, we've got, I can say 269.73 and 273.35 are the two upper levels. And we've got watching below, if we can break below 255. If we break below 255, we've got a year worth of big money volume above us. That's not going to bode well for me. And I'll be a bear on the MAG 7, but that doesn't mean to be a bear on the market overall. It just means on those major stocks. Like Michael was saying, that yes, we're seeing all-time highs for a lot of them. I've got a bit of divergence on the inverse indicators. I've got the SPY, SPXS, and SQQQ showing red, as well as the big money levels above us on the ETFs, SPY and QQQ. Then with the Russell, it's very interesting because on the IWM, the big money level is above us, but on the inverse indicator, it's still below us. So are they positioning right now on the Russell? And on the Dow, green lights ahead. So it's not a full on sell signal to me in the market. When we have all red across the board, that's it. Get ready, seatbelts. It's going down. It's wild. It's crazy. The shorts are going to rock. But right now, it's still positioning. It's not a major fear move in the market, in my opinion. It's when you compile them together and you watch it enough years, you're able to say, nope, they can just be positioning. They can be pulling it down, get in at a better price, because let's be honest, they're greedy for profits. And then it's going to go up. And everybody with the fear marketing is going to sell to them, and they're going to go, why did I do that? Why? So I think it's a not full on sell just yet.
Yeah, and it goes to kind of what is the market, right? Without getting, again, too meta about it. If you're talking about the Qs, well, no, the Qs can't stay up without the MAG 7. It's just the way it is. If you're talking about the average stock, well, we're seeing that the average stock is doing just fine, right? There's no complaints there. And yeah, that's going to suck for people who own those stocks, but that's not my problem. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, majority of people relate the market to the S&P 500, right? Not necessarily the RSP. So that's the one thing that I would say there, right?
The S&P 500's 3% off all-time highs. So if you start to panic about 3% off all-time highs, this isn't the game for you. We're going to have a bear market at some point. And if you're saying 3% off all-time highs is a worrisome thing, I'm like, what's going on? So I just look at it and say, what is the market? If it's large cap tech, then yeah, you might have a little bit of a hard time. If it is most stocks are doing just fine. And most people, if you're with a financial advisor, will have some amount of large caps, small caps. You'll have some amount of diversification in there. You'll have a large basket ETF. But yeah, if you're all in on the S&P 500, which is obviously big cap tech weighted, you might have a little bit of a hard time. And and feel sorry for those people. There. But it's it's not my problem. Right? My problem is to look at the market and say, where is everything at? And most things are doing just fine. And this is going to be one of those markets where at least it's panning out to be that way right now, in which if you're one of those people who just buy and hold the S&P 500, I've been saying this kind of all year. We've got this historical level of choppiness that happens, right? We have this, until midterms and everyone tries to figure it out, we have this market that is pretty much incredibly choppy. That doesn't, a choppy market means under the hood, everything is probably doing, some stuff's doing great, some stuff's doing poorly. So, I hate saying passive investor, but the person who's decided market cap is the best way to invest, which is people who own the S&P 500. Yeah, they might have a hard time, right? People who say, oh, I'm just going to go into like relative strength or rotate into what's strong. They're doing great right now, right? I'm just looking at my portfolio. So, just don't be that person that thinks, ties your portfolio's net worth to what 4 or 5 random stocks are doing.
Yeah, don't send your money to the financial advisors, because That's what majority of them do anyways.
Educate yourself
But
and be aware.
yeah, this is why I think those are, especially like, let's say like the robo advisors. Oh man, they're so bad, dude. They just put all your money in these growth names and these tech names, and you're getting destroyed. Majority of them.
Yeah, but right, you know,
And then
again,
they'll have like bonds in there, and that's not giving you anything either, right? So
for most people who just don't right have the time or the energy to educate themselves and to keep up on the market, the S&P 500 is proven in the long run to be a great way to invest, right? It's not always going to be that way. Of course, nothing's always going to be that way. But, you know, I bet you there's a lot of people out here who spend a lot of time trying to trade and would have been better just compounding at 8% a year over the last 50 years. And, you know, right, just have that constantly compounding. So I don't poo-poo it too much, but it's not the audience for like what we're trying to do, right?
Yeah.
So again, those people based off history are going to have a rough year because the market's just going to chop around for a while. And then in the end of the year is usually when we resume our bull trend. So, but those people don't really care, right? They're just kind of dollar cost averaging. They're not looking at it. They're doing other stuff with their lives. I don't think that's a bad thing.
And I think, you know, we also have to look at the seasonality of the last 2 weeks of February. In general, they tend to be down weeks. So if we are looking at that and we say, okay, well, then I just need to be cautious for the last 2 weeks of this month, or I just need to not participate in long trades, or, you know, it's being aware of the overall general market trend and what you're trading. If you are day trading long and the market is moving down, you're going to have a harder trade. So maybe you just, for the next 2 weeks, look at short bias trades, because on average, over 20 plus years, it tends to be a down 2 weeks. So looking at that, this is not surprising at all. At all.
No, it's funny. We talked about it all year last year. Every time the market downticked, everyone just freaked out, and that happened all last year. And then if you zoom out, it's hard to see the downticks. But I remember here, right, that was a tariff panic, and then right every time the market downticked, you got the same perma bears coming out saying, "Oh, it's all over this time. It's all over this time," and the whole way up. So yeah, if we downtick, maybe we come back into this support and 650s, you're going to hear everyone freaking out saying, "Oh, the market's done for and everything's bleeding and it's so horrible." And right, the people who have a game plan, it's just going to be another buying opportunity, just like all the other ones were. And again, if the seasonality holds true, we're probably going to be down here at some point. We're probably going to be well over 700 at some point. We're probably going to be down to 650 at some point, because that's what the market does. So this is why I've been talking all year that I'm just going to be very much a range bound trader. Right, I'm going to be very much give me dips. I'm going to buy them. I'm sitting way more in cash this year than I did last. Like last year, I was like leveraged up a huge amount. This year, I'm hanging out probably 50% in cash. I'm waiting for the market to pull back, and I'm buying it. And I'm waiting for the market to take off, and I'm selling it. And just because, like Jane was talking about, the seasonality, that's seasonality saying that's probably the best move.
Well,
I also want to
Go ahead, Jen.
mention that crypto, I've started to see the bigger money move in crypto, right? They're definitely positioning with Bitcoin at 68,921 is the level I'm watching there for the bigger money day trading, not day trading, but swing trading level. So we've been there since February 8th. I'm starting to see that some money is flowing into it a bit. Is this going to be a scenario where we start to see the market money rotate into crypto, and then crypto is going to move to the upside? That might be, because the money is always flowing somewhere, right? So where is it flowing? That's our job, is to find those opportunities as to where is it flowing. So I'm seeing Bitcoin, like I said, 68.9, actually 912. Then for Ethereum, we've got 2054, which is going to be a similar looking chart. I'm starting to see that the money flowing is starting to flow in a little bit. Even XRP, I mean, pretty much across the board, they have changed their positioning. So that we're not above it just yet, but that's giving me a signal that after watching this for years, right, that you start to see these movements and you go, aha, you guys are coming down below. And as that price action moves up, then everybody's going to get in. But the bigger guys have already made that move, is what I'm trying to say. So XRP is at 144, XLM is at 0.234, Doge is at 0.10, Solana's at 86.64. So I'm starting to see that money is rotating in crypto as well. They're not done yet, but this is where that low volatility period of positioning and that time frame of it being, if they're putting in a larger amount, it's going to take a longer time. The longer time that it goes sideways, like we're seeing this somewhat potential top on the SPY, the longer that it goes sideways on NVIDIA, the SPY, that's bigger money moving. They can't do it like this, like a retail trader, because they have so much money to move. It takes time.
Well, and
So
if you look just at the chart itself, it would make sense to happen here, right? This is a huge amount of consolidation, a lot of price memory back here. And then this lower indicator is just the crypto fear and greed index, right? And unlike the CNN fear and greed index, this is actually sentiment, right? It's actually looking at where the average, because you know where the average wallet holders money is, like you can, this is all on chain. You can't hide this where you can in equities. And it is, people are as bearish now than they've been in ages and ages and ages, right? We're talking, like as bearish as they were, I think even a little bit more during here when this was the FTX collapse. And we're more bearish now than we are anywhere else. So this would be, again, the time that would make sense to me to start fading this particular move, because everybody hates crypto now, and it's probably the time. Makes sense. And it's a decent level to go against. It's a wide level. You're talking like 70,000 to 50,000. But, the one thing that I always note with crypto, very rarely a V bottom, right? Usually when it bottoms, it does this kind of sloppy mess for a long time. Equities seem to have more kind of V bottoms in them, right? So even here, right, technically a V bottom here, but just years of kind of sloppy mess. So I wonder if it's one of those things that, it feels like we're getting near a low and everybody hates it, but I just wonder how long it's going to take us to move higher. So I wonder if it's like a put seller thing or something like that, make a little bit of money while you're waiting for the bottom to take place.
One of the things that I would say is look at the volumes, and the volumes say there's nobody buying here. That's what the volumes are pointing at. And every time that Bitcoin has bottomed, and you can see it in the monthly charts, volume is a massive spike before it starts to really get going. So that's what I'd be watching for. Wait for volume accumulation.
Problem with Bitcoin, where do you get your volumes
Yeah.
from, right? Like it's
You
the
have to pull
annoying
it back.
thing of
Of where do you get it, and the data that you're getting it from, and how far the data goes back, right?
because
That's
these are
the
all.
problem.
I usually like to use like Coinbase or Binance. I think Binance is one of the biggest
Yeah.
ones out there. But yeah, I guess that one doesn't have anything for a while.
Coinbase is what I have, and then it goes back to like 2015. You could see loading up in 2015 in kind of October. Then you got to load up in 2017 to 2018. That's when you got that big run again. Right before 2020, in October and in April, you started to see big volumes jumping. And then as the stock actually started to lift off in November of 2020, that's when you started to see another big volume spike. When this stock came back down in 2022, when it bottomed, why did it bottom? Well, because volume went from being at 378,000 in a month to all of a sudden every single month it was at like 789. It was at 800,000, and then it got as high as when it started to break back out at 883,000 in a month. And so that tells me more and more, if there's not volumes like this where it's like almost a million shares, like a million, then I'm not even looking at this. Like, this is just a declining volume with a declining stock. To me, nothing that you want to touch or get in front of, right? That's the thing here. I think too many people are thinking that this is going right back to 100K, and how Bitcoin has usually done. It's had its run, it's had its 3-4 year rallies, and then it goes to sleep for a year or two. I think that's exactly what we're running into, the
Crypto
sleepy
winter.
period.
And it tends to happen in the winter
Well,
because it's winter.
well, and it's also right. That's why the benefit of like put selling might be the way to do it. Right, is you can just kind of, we know that's how Warren Buffett gets into a lot
That's
of
how
these
you do it.
long-term positions, right? And we're talking long-term with Bitcoin, not a short-term trade. But yeah, you can go and you can generate some income. You know, if you like IBIT here at like 35 or something like that, you could just start selling $35 puts, and you got to be okay that if you're hit, you're hit, and you got to be okay with owning it there. But
I'd
I've
have
been
to,
dipping my toe a little bit.
yeah, with IBIT in particular, looking at that chart, if you go back, the biggest volume day since the IPO was February 5th. So if you wanted to use just that, then that's a super powerful day. You've got over 265 million. So that's a powerful candle. If we go above 4073 and we start to see that we go above that 60, we'll call it 69,000 just to be easier to monitor a round number. So if we go above 69,000 and we go above 4080 on IBIT, I would say that's pretty powerful because that's showing you that all of that bigger money is getting in down at the bottom.
Yeah, and that's what, again, it's such a pain with an asset that's traded in stock, futures, 7 different, at least
Arenas.
7 different
But that's
major
the side,
exchanges,
too.
and
That's the S&P
right, it's
500.
There's
yeah,
no
well, and
edge
that's what
on it.
the
Yeah, I agree with you, Michael. That's the problem
it's
there. I
it's a
don't think
pain.
there's no edge on using that chart there.
And
The
talking
problem
about
is the
volume
volume
as
there.
well, what about the institutionalization of it, right? We started to get all these
Mhm.
ETFs. That was a lot of big volume with them pouring money
Yeah.
into it. And
Yeah.
now all of those ETFs, what about all those large name ETFs that poured all this money into it? What's happening to their profit margin on it? Are they
Well, and
underwater?
if you can look, I think it's IBIT. I was reading somewhere it had the first net outflows in its history, like last week. This was the first time that people weren't depositing money into Bitcoin, which sometimes can be kind of capitulatory bottoming, because generally speaking, you have especially when the ETFs came out, you're going to have these financial advisors that just say, okay, we're going to put, you're going to give us your $1,000 a week or whatever for your deposits. We're going to put X amount in the SP 500, and X amount in an equal weight, and X amount in the world, and then X amount into IBIT. And so you have this kind of overwhelming, just relentless bid that goes on from the 401k and from the retirement account. So to see net outflows become very interesting. But yeah, I fully agree, Jane, that as soon as the ETFs came out, the big money isn't putting they're not putting billions of dollars over in Kraken and just hoping that there's no hack, or there's not hoping something like this. They're taking their money and they're putting it into these more FDIC insured and regulated and whatever, because you want to get fired from your job real quick, put somebody's money into a crypto ETX that has a FTX or a MOCGOX or one of these things occur. So I would say you got to look at it and say, now that the ETFs are out, most of the institutional flow are going to be through the ETFs, just to
And that's how
right,
they
right.
you. That's exactly how they you, and really bad. So all the boomers out there that waited until the ETFs and then started to load the boat through this whole move. Oh, they're the ones that are really scratching their heads. They're like, why did I even get into this scam? Oh my God, what am I doing with my life? I'm here loading up in crypto, listening to these young guns, and now I'm getting crushed on where I bought IBIT. I thought this was the ETF to buy. I thought this is what you're supposed to do. Well, they're getting destroyed. This is why
Another
timing is everything
Flat.
in investing.
Right, there's the
Another
IPO
thing to
date.
think about in my opinion, in the next 2 weeks is the Chinese market being closed. It's the beginning of the Chinese
Yes.
lunar, the
Yeah.
fire horse year. And so their market is closed for a week. So that's a
All
little
right.
bit less volume in the
Market's
market.
open, guys. Sorry I didn't get a chance to talk about the XLU. That's the area that I wanted to focus on really for you guys. That's the area where I think the money's going to, and you're seeing a liftoff right out the gates. Talked about this all last week, and I talked about it. I gave you guys the insight. I said Duke, I said Excel, I said look at these names. Just take a look at those charts now. You guys will be like, oh my God, what did I not?
And
Why did I not make money in the XLU? Well,
right off the bat,
there
we've
you go.
got RSP cranking to new all-time highs. So new all-time highs again for your average stock. Congratulations, everyone. And then we've got the SPY down a little bit today. So far, more of the same that we saw all last week, right? If you're owning things that aren't large cap tech, congratulations. Right? Good for you. If you're owning large cap tech,
Look at Target
maybe a little
takeoff.
bit of a hard time.
Target taking off here, guys. I've talked about this trade and how it could really have a good move now. It's just taking off there. There you guys have it. Defensive names is where the move is, and you want to stay with those names. Keep an eye out to see if Walmart will be reporting later in the week. This has been doing really well. Costco also a name that you can keep an eye on. BJ has been doing well. Ollie's, all these names doing well. Keep an eye on that action. Let's keep going. Let's make some money today.
RYME, the bot went for a short on it. Looks like it missed it there. Whatever Rhyme is doing. We have silver just right continuing, almost hitting new lows here from this initial move. So this trade has been awesome. I am short, just full disclosure, a little bit from that VWAP that we were talking about, came right back to it and then fell back off again. Makes me want to make an algo based off it because I've seen it happen enough times that I'm like, okay, it's time to take my time and do some testing. RSP had an initial spike off the bat, and now it's just kind of hanging out near yesterday's high. And then we have the SPY popping here, trying to get through pre-market highs. So far, everything's looking good out there from the open anyway.
I think also this week with the announcements coming up, we've got the FOMC minutes on Tuesday, unemployment claims Wednesday, and GDP and CPI on Friday. So I think today is more going to be a bit of positioning, a little bit sleepier. We'll both have some great trades, but overall, I think the market might be a little bit sideways, setting up for bigger trades coming Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Yeah, because nothing. Here's Forex Factory, so nothing today. But like Jane was talking about, right? We get more. We get FOMC tomorrow, and then we start getting more. Is this FOMC? This is minutes? Tomorrow?
Minutes. So 3 weeks later. So typically, I've noticed that whatever happens off of the FOMC, we have a repeat. So if it was an up day, we tend to have an up day. If we have a down day, it tends to be a down day.
Yeah, look at Friday. Holy smokes. Tons and tons of numbers. All of these are US impacted numbers. Advanced GDP, core PCE, right? Advanced price index, flash PMI, services and manufacturing, new home sales. Yeah, so there's a lot of stuff going on Friday. So I agree, Jane. It might be one of those. People start to take their bets and small bets here or there. But like we talk about all the time, these guys aren't large institutions. They're not Russian, right? They're not like we really need to take a trade right now. They've got all the time in the world. 2 misses so far today here. We've missed Rhyme and we missed this JD XG. So it is what it is. Rhyme would have been great. Just completely fell apart there. Wow.
SNDK falling off today, guys. I've talked about that is one of my top watches for this market to really go and break down. If we start to see the memory trade breakdown, that's when you really start to just let the faucet go, right? This is the one area that's kept tech up. If this whole move in Sandusk, Micron, Broadcom, ASML, AMAT. If that wasn't in the market, guys, I'm telling you right now, we'd be so much further down in the market. So it's kind of like a lie to you that we're up here. The only reason we're up is because these euphoric names are kind of holding in the rotation. We'll see if these can keep going, right? Will that hold up? That's what I'm watching. Sandusk, WDC, and those names this week.
Well, looking also, if we see NVIDIA sort of retrace back up to close, or even back up to 184.50, excuse me, I think we could see a nice bump in the Qs and the SPY. Right now it's beaten down. It's 180 area. 181 is really a zone of 5 quarters of big money there. So it keeps coming back to that level. And if we're bouncing off of it, we could see it come back up and test the 184.50 level.
It's hard to have edge on that chart when you're seeing that type of range there, right? Unless you're buying down at like 171. Because I think right here, you're stuck in the middle of the chart where I always say you become a pig real quick and it's hard to buy here. But hey, to each his own, if that's where you think this is the time to get NVIDIA. Of course, they'll be reporting next week. So you can keep your eyes up to what I'd be looking for is let them dump it back to me at 172, 173 this week, and then I'd get in. Because at least at that point, then I can risk below all these levels, right? I can risk towards 165. Because if I can't risk to 165 from here, because it doesn't make sense risk and reward wise unless I'm going to do a 1-to-1 trade or less than 1-to-1 trade for me on NVIDIA. So that's the big thing with NVIDIA's chart. There's not much edge to the upside or the downside here. I think it's just stuck in the middle.
Well, and that's right based off, again, if the seasonality holds true, that's what we're kind of expected to see throughout, right? And we're going to see that this year. So it means that either you're someone who buys dips and sells rips, which thankfully I have got a couple strategies that do, or you day trading, right? So it might be one of those that's really, you focus on that, right? We talk about all the time, the turtle traders, the trend traders that would wait, that would be doing nothing right now, right? They'd just be holding the SPY, saying, let me know when you break out of 700. I'm not going to do anything until then. So maybe you do a little more day trading, right? You take a couple shots there while you're sitting on a bunch of cash, like I mentioned I am. So that's why we're focused.
Two small caps that are moving, one to the upside, AVAV, and then OBAY to the downside, OBAI. Both of them had pretty nice setups.
Did you say AV?
Yeah. Alpha Victor, Alpha Victor.
Okay, yeah, that's not a small one. That's a big boy. That's a drone player. Moving off of JP Morgan initiating coverage with overweight and a 320 price target. Of course, this is a drone player that we've talked about. It's a really nice player at the end of the day. I think what you really need to see this name rip back above 300. You need some Iran situation to kind of develop there, right? But this one, of course, getting the jump with JP Morgan's note out there about drone, counter drone systems, space capacity, Department of Defense industrial expansion. So JP Morgan out there pushing this one, AVAV, this morning.
I got a bunch going on here with OBAI, whatever.
Obey, yeah.
Is that what the
well, that's what I call it. Yeah. It's funny to say. Obey the price action.
Rhyme got taken by a different algorithm, so I would have much rather have it up at 450 where I want it to, but this is one of those just opening range breakouts. Generac got a trade going on there. Again, from some of these, just tightening up. Did some testing we'll talk about later, and VRTX. So we got a lot of trades going on here. And Coin just came through. So again, all from the short side currently, just because that's what I'm focusing on here from the day trading. I'm always long from the swing trading side of things, so it makes sense to find some day trades that are from the short side. But did a lot of testing on the weekend or on the long weekend, so I got some stuff to show you from a potential long setup for some of these kind of low float crazy guys. I've been working on these for a while here.
Big pickup in the XLI there, not bad off the 174. If you're looking at that industrial names, that looks nice off the 174.
Going through silver, continuing to sell here. The SPY turned green and just, right, these are 5-minute charts. Every candle has been looking great here. So we've just been pushing up here overall on the SPY. RSP has been about flat, but it's trying. I don't know if this was maybe a bad tick or a wick that just got out of control, but IWM flat as well. But yeah, everything off the bat so far looking pretty good here. I'm watching XLV, not doing anything today, but this to me is for a long-term chart. This is one that's really interesting to me. If they ever get back to work on talking about those ACA credit things that I guess they took a nap on for a while, just a really constructive chart. You know, this has just been huge monster push up and then months and months of nothing. So a breakout here would be a perfect kind of trend trade to potentially play.
We also see cruise lines getting a lift today with Norwegian Cruise Lines and sympathetic trade of Carnival as well there.
RCL, is that Carnival? No, that's Royal Caribbean.
Royal. CCL.
Yeah, well, I think it's right. The market's just been doing a very easy and typical, is Anthropic going to come eat your lunch? And if no, I'm going to put money in you. So, right, they're not going to you're not going to wake up one day and LLM has built a cruise line for you and staffed it. So, you know, you're seeing a lot more just flowing into those names. So it makes sense. You know, Delta, you know, where is it? Where's it going? Plus, I think it was Marriott's earnings where they're saying no fear in the consumer at all. They're just killing it. MAR, right? People are traveling. They're going places. They're doing stuff, and that's what caused this massive gap up here. So that's probably affecting the whole hospitality space.
So what you want to be looking at, of course, is what I've been saying is real economy, and anything that has AI that is more to do with automation than it is to do with software, right? Not features, not something to bring you a nice, pretty feature. No, something that actually makes the business more efficient. Those are the names that are doing well. That's why Deere is on the run. That's why Cat is on the run, right? That's why Generac is on the run, right? Things that are attached to either picks and shovel plays for AI, so things that are needed for infrastructure, or real economy, actual profit driving companies, right? Those are the names that are doing well. That's why the XLU is doing well, right? Names that are what? Expanding infrastructure in AI and what? Profitable, like cash, right? The cash flows. You need to look for the businesses that have cash flows right now. Mm-hmm. Fundamentals actually matter right now, guys. They matter.
Well, and specifically, right? It's the higher margin your business, the more you're getting killed. I saw a really interesting chart. So, if you know, software is the highest margin business in the world, right? These guys make a ton of money and they don't have to spend a ton of money, and they're getting completely murdered. And then low margin business like Pepsi is a very low margin business. They're doing great, right? So, you know, you definitely make sure you're focusing on traditionally what the market wasn't for 10 years now. For 10 years, the market just rewarded how much margin are you doing? Like Adobe, for example. I think Adobe put out record earnings. They've never made more money ever. They've never been more profitable than they have been before, but nobody cares because it's like, I don't care what you're making right now because you know, Claude is going to come eat your lunch later. So I'm selling you, right? So yeah, you know, the higher, I'll see if I can find the chart, but it was awesome. It was just showing the margin of a company and then how their stock price was doing. And for, again, 20 years, the higher margin your business, the better off you were. And that just completely flipped on its head like 2 weeks ago. The lower margin your business is, the better off you're doing, right? Pepsi, Coke, Walmart, Target, right? These are very low margin business in compared to Adobe, ServiceNow, CRM.
This is why you got to stick with the news flow, guys. Michael, I'm hearing you sticking with the news flow. What's going on, man?
I don't need the news flow to look at this chart and say it's probably going to go down more, right? You see
Well,
it.
not necessarily. I mean, Adobe's a little bit tougher. I think it's a little bit of a tougher mix, right? Because if you look at they're actually one of the most profitable software companies, right? So that's where it's like a mixed bag. That's why I tell you what's more important is when you look at these software names, what's the moat, right? We've talked about this. Why are they losing value? It's because seats. It's a matter of pricing. It's a matter of business models, not the actual data itself. That's where I think people are getting it twisted. It's just business models that need to be adjusted here. And that can take a little bit because they weren't expecting to change them this year. So they were expecting to just ride this whole wave of let's just keep things the way they are in the way that we price things. So this is what's going to shift that will make these companies come back when they fix the pricing model. I don't think it's that all these companies are going to zero because some of them do have some specific data that can keep them around, right? Now, the real key here is do they create identity blocks, right, for these AI agents? We've talked about this. These are the things that are going to change. This is why I've been doing deeper and deeper research, guys. But you guys can always follow me, Money Mitch, if you guys want to learn a little bit more about this stuff. I take a lot of time to talk about these themes, but I can't break them all down here, right? I can't give you all the insights here, so I try to give you guys some of it.
I'm in a little AVAV here. Checking to see if it can hold a little bit of a retracement. Looking
When
for that.
I love the name. I just hate that JP Morgan's trying to get after it. So I'm like, yeah, let me let them wash it out first. Those assholes.
Yeah, nice rip there for sure. Rhyme is halted. Just
They love to
FYI.
ruin the trades.
Hold back entry on that one.
If anyone's in that rhyme, we're halted. So just be careful.
Halter.
So we'll see what happens there.
I hate not having my TC. I'm like literally blind in the market right now.
You don't have what?
I don't have my charting. My platform's down and it's like all over the place. I got to go yell at them after this. So you might see me leave 10 minutes early so I can go yell at them. But I did want to show you guys something really powerful that might scare everybody in finance away. And this is why I think you're going to start also seeing stocks maybe turn from stock trading platforms. Ooh, real dangerous news out there. Did you guys take a look at the new beta that came out from Google with finance?
Yep.
No, but I know that you're going to be able to trade. You're going to be able to trade. There was something about trading on Twitter as well.
So financial analysts out there and financial research and all the interns they get from colleges are completely. I will say that right now, guys, because I know these guys. I used to be in school, look left and right and be like, so you're going to do research. So you're going to do like charting. Okay, so you're going to do this job. You're going to do this job. Well, guess what? AI can do all those jobs. So we are completely guys, like it's incredible what this Google Finance can do here, guys. You can search for stocks. You can say, okay, let's give a stock. Like, we can do whatever we wanted. We could do Deere. I did Deere just for the kind of the search, right? So you pull up Deere, right? And then it gives you the stock, right? It gives you earnings perspective. It gives you news all from all the major websites. It gives you literally open dividend financial information. It gives you bullish views on why things are going up, bearish views, right? Then you can dive deeper into each one of these areas, and it can give you a full report on the stock of why this is a bullish view on specifically this. And it uses even indexes to relate it and things like this. This is exactly what literally guys getting paid like $250,000 to $300,000 are getting paid to do this report. So I think they're really in trouble. And we're talking some of the best analysts in the world. They're in trouble because really, what competitive advantage do they have? There is no competitive advantage. They can just do this and do it well, right?
Yeah, so the competitive advantage is going to be parsing the information, right? If you have 20 people all going to that website, they're all going to get the same nonsense. So
Oh
I think
yeah.
really it's going to be one of those. It's the same as kind of the birth of the internet. There's never a time that you can get, you know, more information than you can right now. And then the problem that everyone has is that there's too much information. So they end up not, you know, doing anything and not understanding anything. So this is why I'm so bullish on systems
It's
trading,
crazy.
is because you got to be able to go through and take that information and, you know,
It's
hammer those
wild,
in.
man. It's wild. I can tell you that right now. Just that page alone will kill a name like a Benzinga. Like they can't survive now.
Well, yeah,
I can
that to
do
me is
literally
the,
everything. I can do everything that I get it in Benzinga Pro. I can do it right now there in that Google Finance page, and
Yeah.
it's free.
every and
Even
it's just like
financial
we talked
data,
about.
right? Like free financial data is not cheap, right? But Google can't provide it because they got the money to, right? So
Well, and that's like, so what we're talking about in the markets too, right? Is it's the software providers that are going to have the hard time, right? There's
Oh,
still
yeah.
going to need to be humans to kind of parse that software and try to figure out what they're doing from it. But yeah, people are going to be like, I switched my entire life this weekend from ChatGPT to Claude, and I'll switch right back later. Like I've got,
yeah, you got to. No, I think you got to use all. I
there's
think you
no
got to use them all,
loyalty
right?
to any of
Yeah,
these. Well, it depends what's better. Like, so
task, task
yeah,
based,
the
right?
task that I'm using, the Claude
Task
is just
completely.
so much better, and it's going to be the same with. At some point, people are just going to be coding up their own versions of whatever software. So, you know, that particular thing, that's going to have a wide breadth of information that's going to be useful to some and completely useless to others. But I think what it shows is that eventually there's going to be these people who just say, okay, well, instead of using a Benzinga, why don't we just hire some kid and he's going to vibe code us
Free falling there.
a Benzinga that we
We are
care about,
free
right?
falling. We're in free fall mode here, guys. Let's play the VIX here. Let's see if we get a little jump.
And well, it's right in line with seasonality.
Well,
Zero fear. When you're aware, you know to expect it, and you've got what? How big would you say the Chinese market is to the U.S. market with the Chinese traders?
Oof. Okay,
They're taking a
affecting the
week
U.S.
vacation.
market?
Yeah,
I
they're
think it's
taking a week vacation, so
I,
you don't have their money in it this week.
I think it's hard for them to buy the US market. I need to look. I know, like India, for example, it's like super hard for India to buy
there's a
US
lot of
stocks.
regulatory,
Yeah, I think
right?
it's the same way where it's, you know, so, you know, things like the Chinese ADRs might be one to look at. But yeah, I think it's like very hard to near impossible for actual Chinese citizens to buy US markets, which is one of the reasons people are so pumped about tokenization, right? Is because that would be a potential way around that. I need to check those regulations. Like I know India, for example, is loosening those slightly, but I do a lot of work with the CMT over in India. And they always say that they would love access to the U.S. markets, but their government just locks it down because they basically they're worried about opening it up and then all of the money fleeing India and just getting plunked into the U.S. markets, because especially their youth would rather buy an NVIDIA than buy, right? In India, it's a lot of industrials like concrete manufacturers and things like that that aren't as fun to trade. Oh, Rhyme is open.
Let's go.
Where is that? Under 3.
Rhyme. Are you rhyming?
Oh, we're up again. I would have loved that 450 entry, but it's picked up by the opening range break algo as opposed to the fading algo. So I'll take it.
And what's Bitcoin doing right now? Down she goes.
Yeah, down a bit. Yeah, down to 66. Still well above the weekend lows, right? We got down to 63 on the weekend. So this is why, again, always to the audience, do your analysis not on the ETF, because you're just missing so much, right? Do your analysis over here, because you're going to see what actually happened all weekend. It's 3 days this week instead of 2. Yeah, interesting little potential breakdown there. See if it sticks.
We'll see what happens in the market today, guys. Just looking around and got the VIX on the long side, see if the market just really crumbles here. But it was a quick move up and followed by a quick move down, which usually means, hey, let's go trap some of the buyers here at the open and wash them. So you're getting those washes to pre-market lows. Let's see if you undercut and rally there, or does it really just turn up the heat here and start to hammer down? Because you have the ability to. I can't really see sectors and everything like I normally see because I don't have my, good charting service, and trading view is not that easy to use here as TC. I will say that, but
You
hey,
know what? I
I need to step
stock
up my
analysis as
trading view.
well has a map. Homepage, trending
Yeah.
stocks.
Silver's breaking down that kind of important for SLV, that
Yes.
65 area.
Yeah, how's
So
gold doing?
potential new lows there. Gold down 3%, which is pretty significant.
If it can break 65.05 on silver, it's going to go pretty much into a free fall there.
Oh,
We got a big,
I hope you're right. I
big
hope you're right.
pivot.
So what's
Yeah.
happening, right? At least from what I'm seeing, and I had to go through each sector to kind of look at this. Usually, I would have tell this faster, but it's that even the areas that were strong, like the value names, they're getting hit right now. So you're seeing the XLI down, right? You're seeing the XLC down, right? You're seeing the XLP down, right? This is why the market's also in kind of more of that free fall right now, because the areas of safety, there is none right now. So I don't know if you guys can see an area that's holding up well, but it doesn't seem like anything else.
Healthcare is doing great here.
Everything is down index wise, I mean,
Yeah, that's a telling sign, right? The market can hold up for so much, but if everything is going to be down or there's only one sector in the green, very rare that the market will hold up, right? But if you
Apple's
have
up.
2 or 3, you can see those hold up, right?
Yeah, and I think what's happening here with silver is that I'm trying to find the tweet. There was a quote that people are more short the dollar now than ever in history. So I think mine was like, okay, it's that gave me the confidence to hold the silver trade
Right.
because, right, as we know, the masses are normally wrong. So if everyone's short the dollar, then as soon as the dollar starts to bounce, we'll see a bit of it. I just hate using UUP here because it did like some weird dividend thing that really screwed things up. But we are seeing they do it a lot, and it just triggers my chart things. But UUP, the dollar is up pretty significant today and breaking out to new highs. So
Yeah. We did see that oil was up and that would make sense with XLU for XLE for XLE to pull back because of all the oil stocks in it. XLU is tied to the smaller electrical companies. So it makes sense to see that decline with the dollar rising.
well, yeah, and the more people who are short the dollar, then as the dollar starts to rise, there's just going to be more and more of that kind of momentum to push the dollar up, right? Just like a short squeeze in stocks. That's why I love my commitment to trader reports so much, is because it just shows you here is here's people long and short. And yeah, very, very short the dollar versus the euro, the yen, that type of thing. So when everyone's betting for the end of the world, that's usually the best time to buy stuff. Rhyme continues. It's kind of tumble here. So for anyone watching that one, pay attention. PLXY, Crow stock mode. I saw that on the PLX. I saw that on the scans this morning. Oh, I think I passed on it because of this wick. This is just nuts. From $3 up to 64 and then right back in a minute. I think I looked at that and said, I'm good.
No, thank you.
Yeah, it's a little bit nuts. So coin actually holding on pretty well with what we've seen in Bitcoin's action here. So that's interesting to see. Right? I'm short coin, so I'm watching that one. And then this OBAI, this one's working out great here. We got MindMed cranking. Compass, I guess, did phase 3. Not great, but good enough. This was kind of what I follow a buddy who looks at these biotech things. He said, it was fine. So good, I guess, for them. So that's kind of hitting the whole sector there.
All right, let's see if we can get one more spike here in the VIX, and then I'll be able to sell into this rip. Looking good already. Market's down. Let's keep riding the down wave.
I'm nearing 1% for the large caps and about 0.5% for RSP. So
And
RSP
Apple is
is
still up while all the rest are bleeding. Got TMUS, Comcast, checking the PDD. How about Baba?
If
And
I was a
JD?
discretionary trader, I'd be buying this Apple right now, because if the market bounces, that's something that's been holding on just so strong. Kind of huge relative strength there compared to the rest of the market in Apple.
And could this simply just be, like I mentioned, a pullback for the Wednesday, Thursday, Friday? Massive move, right? This could just be, hey, where do we want to enter? What price would be optimal for us to enter? And is it going to be down at like 672? We're going to get the fear of everybody to drop and unload into our hands. Thank you so much. Are we going to see 4 points further to the downside today on the SPY?
Yeah, I think if you look at the moving averages are really on the fence here about saying that this is the area to hold. The short-term moving average is really breaking down. Now 9 EMA price action is actually on top of you, which usually starts to becoming a really challenging time to say go right back to all-time highs. So to me, the moving averages are telling me we got further downside to worry about here, not upside, all right? And that's just the way that I play. And a lot of that is what? Just sticking with the 9 EMA. The 9 EMA had held. Even on that scare that we had in November, it held and rebounded right through it, right? So I think at this point, it's been a completely different last, let's say, 4 weeks, where we're now starting to see more and further weakness into this market, not strength, right? So
I think we're
something,
going to hit down to that 673 mark today on the SPY. I think we're going to see further downside.
Oh, because we've got witching, I think, at the end of the week. I think we've got
Quad witching and all those announcements.
I think
Good
it's
day to
all
take off.
I think it's all the witches. Yeah, so that's, it's one of those things that you got to remember with the SPY, we're just inside this massive range. And with, quad witching, all of these reports coming out, right, the seasonality being choppy. For me, I'm more of a buy the dip, sell the ripper, and less of a I want to chase momentum. And in my career, I have never had luck chasing momentum to the downside. It's just never worked out too well. But yeah, we're right at these prior lows. We'll see. I haven't. It's been a great weekend because I haven't been on Twitter like one time. I scheduled a bunch of stuff, so let's see if our boy Walter's saying anything.
I'm going to call it a day. I got a sick kiddo home, so I will see you all tomorrow. Have a great one, and hold on to the market for us. Keep it up.
Have a good one.
Apple will try. We'll see if it gets there through the 260s and continues going. Definitely getting a little bit of a bounce back after really ugly 2 days in Apple. So a nice little bounce back there. We'll see if it's able to hold on there. What I'm watching is Sandusk. Like I talked to you guys, I think it's one of the most important names in the market right now. It did open up down, and now it's trying to hold on to the 600 recovery. If that heads to like 584, I think we got a lot of downside that could play in. Now, if that holds here and starts to come back to 640s, you go and you hold the daily pattern, you hold the 9 EMA, and you're looking great in Sandusk. So I think you got to watch to see what happens there. It's a big tell, I think, in the market. If they really want to break it, they're going to get rid of their Sandusk trade. And that's a big telling sign, right? That's your Palantir of last year, right? That's the stock that doesn't want to come down. It's not Palantir this year, right? So
yeah, just looking. There's nothing really from the news side of things. S&P 500 quarterly earnings estimates have come out, and they're huge. So people are expected to make way more money, which is a good thing. Apple poised to launch AI. So maybe that's what's going on with Apple. I'm seeing some news there. but really not too much, right? So again, we're down about 0.5%. Nothing really to panic about. 0.5% down. Their government shutdown, DHS government shutdown. Is that now? Is your government shut down again? Or are
No,
they?
just the Department of Homeland Security because they don't want ICE to work.
Got it. And then, yeah, U.S. Feb Home Builder Index was what came out a couple minutes ago. And we've just been bouncing since then anyway. So that came out right at this, right here. And then that put a little bit of a bounce there in the market. We'll see how high this bounce goes. U.S. home builder confidence dips. Okay. I don't know why that would be bullish, but that's news for you.
Stopped at a tan there. Spread just widened out and grabbed me. That's on the swing trade. So just gonna let you guys know about that one. Not taking many swing trades. Not feeling like at the end of the day, I don't have my charting. I don't have my advantages, my edges that I normally have.
Well,
And
and also with
After the
everything, right? Nothing happening today and like everything happening in a couple days. I'm with you there where I'm like, I'll wait too.
yeah,
got-
patience is what might pay this week, right?
Yeah,
So
you got quad witching plus like 8 million economic reports coming out at the
And
end
the-
of the week.
And the biggest earnings report is not till next week, right? So more of that lull here and shake the trees, shake the trees, shake the trees. Wait to see what happens, right? What's going on, Kevin? At least bring us the bright side
Hey.
of things. Maybe
Oh
bring
man,
us
this
towards
morning's been
the
nuts
other
in small
action there.
caps. I've really just been sitting on the hands, but there's been a lot of selling pressure in small caps, guys. So I know the overall market's selling off. What's the analysis there, guys? What do you think with the? I know with the CPI data that came out too. What are your thoughts on that?
Chop. That's I'm still in the chop camp, right? And I was there in December because seasonally that's what we're supposed to get until your guys' election is done, which means 10 to 15% pullbacks,
And dusk.
right? 10 to 15% rallies, and that's been spot on, right? We're only 2 months in, but yeah, I expect at least a 15% pullback at some point. I don't know if we'll get to that 20% bear market, but just kind of both of these things are just chopping around. I've got some shorts on. I've got Rhyme, so I thought you'd be proud of me there.
Oh, dude, yeah, that's one. I've just been pretty much watching it sell off all morning and just haven't chased it. Unfortunately, I mean, it is what it is. Look, Rhyme, I love the setup, Nauss, but I got sketched out by the near 20% short interest on it. So that's that's right near that level where it's just kind of an avoid for me. So not breaking the rules, okay with that. But yeah, just watching it happen is when it's a decent setup. ATOM did end up getting I'm curious if your system shorted ATOM.
No, I didn't see that.
It's in a descending triangle right now, traders. ATOM. That was on earnings Friday. I took a short up over 5. That's been really my only trade so far this morning, but I'm eyeballing a few other plays.
Look at Sandus now, guys. It's starting to get hit hard here. So if you're looking to see if we're going to bounce, this is a big watch for me. I'm telling you guys, if that starts to just get annihilated on the downside, watch how everything goes in free fall. Because I think they're watching this as the last euphoric area of the market that's hung on, like really hung on, right? We saw a lot of other euphoric areas in the market really start to fade off. This is the one area that hasn't, which is the memory trade, right? Like you've seen some pullbacks, but Sandus is holding in on the daily chart. If it starts to let go, that's when I think the real trouble starts to show up. Right. So, but if it hangs on to 600 here, rips right back up to 620, you'll get a nice little rally right back because it starts to take the kind of the safety trade away. Like everyone's like, okay, this is the area that's still staying hot, hot, hot. But if that turns around really quickly, they're like, oh man, now what happens? Does everything just come crumbling down on me? So a lot of traders are watching that. There's usually kind of a tell sign stock, right? That's showing you the current environment. The current environment has really changed, but Sandus has hung on. And that's your Palantir ride, right? That's your stock that went from $54 now trading at 600, right? So this is the euphoria that needs to hold in the market if it wants to keep going higher. If this starts letting go, it gets back to 500. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of disaster in the market.
Couple other plays I'll go over real quick in small cap land. If you recall, guys, EVMN was I'll pull up the chart here. Yeah, EVMN was this isn't a multi-day kind of pattern here. EVMN, you can see a little ascending triangle trying to climb back up towards its move last week. This was phase 2 trials. Is the drug effective? Yes, it was. Saw some selling pressure after that initial gap up. Euphoria quick. When you move real quick, steep equals weak. So steeper it gets, the weaker it got. But now she's been slowly stair-stepping. That's a sign of health. It's this 32 levels real key on EVMN. Not getting the volume today. Today's just seems like not the clear day for it. So again, if it's going to crack here, could take a slow short. Another one I want to look at is NCI Consulting. NCI Consulting. This one, oh boy, this one's a real kind of similar to Rhyme. Of course, Rhyme was very steep. That happened. NCI's been on a multi-day climb here as well. But NCI, this pattern, it was kind of symmetrical triangle-ish this morning, but lower highs. You see, guys here at NCI, pop, reject, pop, little lower, reject, pop, and now it's at a key level 2. This 2.5. If we hold under 2.5, we could start bleeding on off there.
VIX holding in well. This is going to be an important spot here, guys, for the overall market to hang on. Next 15 minutes will be very vital for the market. See if we get new lows. New lows, you got to go, right? That's what they say out there.
New lows got to go.
Amazon, a little news, are getting $100 million from the federal government. It's a good thing. Not a crap ton of money for Amazon, but something.
Is it getting some type of pop on it at least?
T-Web, good trade. Yes. Short, 364, 305. Excellent.
All right, there we go. Nice pop in the VIX there, up to 30s, guys. So was in this from 29.75, looking really good. Nice little pop here. I'm going to go ahead and sell into the rip here and then look for the dip to rebuy in here. So the 30 is that rip, right? So I'm going to sell out there, take the quick day trade, right? Now look for the pullback to really kind of load back in and get going here. Sandus holding that 600. It's just playing around that 600. I think that's going to be a big watch for me. If it starts ripping upward, I'd start trading long. If it starts breaking down, I start trading short.
I love it. Yeah, it's something I've been to Money Mitch focused on is, like, especially in small caps recently, it's let the bulls and bears have their fun in the chop city and just jump in. I've found more success. Just jump in, take the predictable piece and move along and stop trying to predict. We go over that a lot, just react. But there's a few halts I'm monitoring, guys. Yeah, I want to see where a couple of these plays are going to go. ANPA, which we've gone over many times, is Rich Sparkles. This is ridiculous, this ticker. I'm seeing a resume price at $15 on Rich Sparkles. This thing is halted at 42 right now. So I don't know if like there's a news pending, offering pending. I'm monitoring that. And then additionally, I think BNAI, I know we're in this AI theme right now, space, but BNAI, the 20 has been really important on the looking left on this chart. 20 is real key. When we cracked under it before, we were getting balled up. Now we're back under it from this micro descending triangle this last couple of days, back under 20. So 20's key level BNAI, monitor that level. Could be good risk reward on it if it's going to remain heavy today and start pulling back down under it.
The Sandus battle, man. It's crazy. It's such a battle on that stock right now at 600.
Yeah, IWM just range bound here. Right, SPY at the lower end of its range, RSP at the higher end of its range. So just kind of more of the same, right? So RSP, we just made an all-time high this morning, and we're down like 0.5%. So we're down 0.5% from the all-time high. And, right, so very much a large cap tech's having a bad time. That and silver, holy smoke, silver now down 6% here?
Doesn't look good out there, guys. It doesn't look bueno out there right now. We'll see what happens.
So, what Money Mitch, the SanDisk? Some would say that ticker's a little overbought. What are your thoughts there? Where do you think she's going?
The problem is you're like, I even tried to short a little bit on Friday. You're shorting you're doing the things that you're not supposed to do by trying to come after this name, right?
Yeah,
So,
it is overbought, but you're trying, like, you're predicting. Is that what you're saying? Like, you're trying to time the top?
tons of traders are trying to do it right now, Kevin. That's why there's such like running over orders, like where like you get it like in an area that you know is the area, like right now, let's say like the 600 where it's being defended. But what's happening? It's above the 600, below the 600, above the 600, below the 600, above. What is it trying to do? Create max pain, right? Let you oversize thinking that you have the position, and then it just shifts a little bit. It stops you out. It lets you think you have it. You oversize, it shifts a little bit, you get stopped out. So that's the type of name right now that you either watch and use it as an indicator, or you realize that this game is just too advanced for you, or you try to be an expert trader, because that's an expert trade, right? But you can use it as an indicator for the euphoria, or what I call the risk appetite of the market, right? Right now, the risk appetite of the market is very slim. It's very slim because everything that was euphoric has been breaking down, right? So you look to see as an area that euphoria can stay hot, right? And a lot of times the market can stay irrational longer than we can stay solvent. So we look for names like this to actually keep going higher and just stopping out the shorts. So what you need to be kind of looking at to see if this stock starts to drive on the daily, watch how the market reacts with it. Right? Because this is like the stock of worry in the market. There's always a stock of worry. For a while, it was Palantir, and Palantir kept driving higher. And what did stocks do? It kept going with the euphoria, right? But then when euphoria breaks and bubbles start breaking around us, what happens? Rotation starts going against you. And you really need to start covering on the names that are going against you. So SanDisk right now, a lot of traders are on high alert to see if this trade goes against them, because they'll just take the money and run. The smarter traders are using like moving averages, and they're not freaking out here. Because when you look at SanDisk on the chart, the daily and the 9 EMA are right there. So it's still in a very strong trend to the upside. It's not in a downward trend. And I think that's where some traders might be getting it wrong, right? I would maybe wait, and I think that's what I really need to do is wait to see finally when this breaks towards the 20 moving average or the 50, which is like to 550. Then it can really start to break the structure and break the pattern. Right now, it's in a holding pattern and can keep going, right? Like
I'm so with you on that.
Reason why this can't recover 600 right back to 650, right back to 7, right back to 750.
Max Payne style, yeah, Max Payne. Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of traders, like you're saying, they're chasing their losses when they're trying to scale front side like that. And they end up just maybe lose less than they would have, but you can just. I think ego tells us, we especially for me, I've been recognizing this recently. Like, just let them fight it out, and don't try to predict the top. Just wait for it. Even if you don't catch the top of the move, SanDisk will have once the max pain hits, like you say. That's you'll have plenty of meat on it.
And look how it's holding now. Well, what happened? SanDisk started holding 600, going right back up there, right? So I'm telling you guys, use it as an indicator right now for the overall risk appetite to stay in growth techniques, right? That's the way I view it. It's kind of how we were viewing NVIDIA for a long time when it was going up higher, right? As long as NVIDIA could keep pushing, well, tech names kind of kept following that. Not as significant enough, but what it's telling me, watch how SanDisk starts to create the reaction WDC. Look at the jump there. Now you're getting the jump to start going to these names. Now you're starting to get flow to try to not get here, right? And so, hey, if you watch SanDisk break 620s here, 630, watch how quickly the market starts to evaporate all the losses early in the day.
Yeah, we're getting close to even on the market still. XLF still doing amazing. So finance never went negative. It's been at about up 1% all day. Healthcare still positive. Again, never went negative. Doing great there. We're even getting a little bit of a bounce in the Qs now, only down 0.7. So, right, RSP still only down 0.25% from all-time highs. So the entire market still looking fine here. We're down like what 1% at one point there. Now we're down about 0.3%.
So traders in small caps. This is go ahead. Sorry, Nauss.
No, I was gonna say like that's why I think Smoke Tuna was saying it's a great small cap market. I think where you guys are interesting. You guys are focused very interesting right now because markets aren't doing too much outside of that.
Let's see if my charting's fixed. So annoyed about it. Need your tools as a trader. That's the number one thing I always tell people. You don't got tools.
Small cap traders have a BDMD is where all small cap traders have migrated. It looks like, and so this, there's been this theme like 52-week low tickers are just getting this. Lately, have been trying to reclaim levels, and so we just hit all-time lows, nearly under 30 RSI, and then back up towards the 50-day moving average right now, BDMD. Now, looking left, $1.50 is going to be supply area. 122 is the 50-day moving average. Let's monitor those areas on it. See if today is going to be the day for it. Because outside of that, most all the leading gappers this morning from pre-market have failed.
Yeah, it's just a reverse split. They're all been reverse split.
You saw SMX, Josh?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they did a reverse split of a 1 to 4.88 was
what kind of weird numerology nonsense is that? Why 4.88? They had a monkey throw a dart at the board and said, let's do a split based off of that number. Why?
It sounds very strategic. Yeah, I know. Normally it's like a 1 to 5, 1 to 10, 1 to 50, 1 to 4.88. That's what I saw. They apparently knew the exact price they wanted. They had that in mind. SMX. But hey, security matters. So.
They weren't anywhere near that dollar point, were they? So why are they doing?
No, exactly. There's some traders were asking about that. My consensus is that just a lot of these small cap plays, they want to appear, they want to have the appearance of like some level of reputability because they want their investors to be they want to have investors. They don't want to have day traders. That's my guess. Like if you at a certain price, like in the 1, 2, 3, 4, it's less long-term investors are attracting them and more just intraday volatility trade. I don't know,
but it's like you're not going to get these kind of games will fool some people. They're not going to fool
the big boys.
The big boys. They're not going to look at that and say, "Oh yeah, that's legit." They just look at it and they look at all the times you've done splits on. So I get like the split that you have to do for survival, like you stay, do the split or we're kicking your butt off our exchanges. Like those make perfect sense to me. But these like out of the blue stuff, it's like, what are you doing?
Yeah, there's a company, JagX. I think that thing has been reverse split. I'd say 1 trillion times in its whole entire. I've seen it since 2017, and it's been reverse split. I can't tell you how many times over.
There's no shares left.
Well, it was Mullen, right? That was the real. Mullen had like a 7. It's gone now, but it had like a $75 quintillion max price. It was actually messing up people's systems if they brought it up because it reverse split so many times that it's like who keeps buying this stuff? Like let it go.
All right, yeah, Crow. We do have the couple plays trying to crawl back up. Olb. Back up towards the dollars, pre-market 110.
Oh, come on. That's outside linebacker. That's what I call it, OLB. With the football-driven mind. I'm babysitting my F/short, so I'm still sitting in. That's the only thing I'm in right now.
Back to the well in which you drank last week.
I mean, trading real stocks, man. What's going on?
I know, right?
Like actual companies.
Or Fastly.
Legitimate companies that make money and things like that. That's
Hey, the
crazy.
chart, baby. Yeah, it built up another pretty chart today. So I
You're
took
not a
advantage
small
here.
cap trader then.
You only got to trade things that when you go check out their head office on like Google Street View, it's like an apartment building, crappy looking apartment building at that.
It's crazy. The names that are having the best times, some utility names. So that just goes to show you guys. It's not the same market that you were looking at last year, right? One of the top stocks that I'm watching is American Waterworks.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, you heard me. Talk about water stock. When the hell have you ever heard anyone mention a water stock?
Yeah.
Maybe
Not
Steve?
Was it 2025? Yeah, VRT was the top performing S&P 500 name, and it was the first time in history it had ever been a utility stock in 2025 that performed better than everything else. Because generally it screwed up a whole bunch of models. There's a whole bunch of people that run models as if utilities are running, that's bad for the market. Yeah. And then AI just destroyed that entirely because now they're not defensive names anymore. They're used as like a proximity of the AI play. So I know a lot of people who had these correlative models that just poof, right? They worked well for like 20, 30 years, but they needed this XLU correlation and just kind of completely went to zero after that.
All right, going to be watching to see what happens there in the Sandusk.
Yeah, SPY pulling back just a little bit here. It's getting back somewhat near the low end of the range today. Really, we broke pre-market highs by a little bit. We broke pre-market lows by a little bit. And then we've done not too much after that. So we need to get some sort of sustained move outside of the pre-market range to get us going. But again, just like I said, I'm not trusting the sell-off. I didn't trust the rally. I don't trust any of this because of all the stuff that we know is going on, especially Friday. I think I counted like 10 massive market-moving economic numbers coming out on Friday. So there could be a lot of games. So my game plan is any trading I'm going to do, probably going to be out of it, like swing trading, probably going to be out of it before Friday. You take a couple shots here or there, make some money if I can.
They're bringing back even value names. So I think these are those days where you really need to instead, at least for me, right, in like my swing mentality is let's do research today, not necessarily buying. So what you're looking at is what's actually holding up well. Where's the relative strength really holding up, right? Even on a down tape, right? This is very important. You need to see where it's going, right? And money has been really like a fast rotation. And so that's very difficult, right? Like last week, we had days where utilities led. You had days where defensive led. You had days where communication led, right? You had days where even basic materials led. On the first day, Monday, basic materials led. This is why it's important to watch that rotation on a daily kind of basis and see where it's going weekly to week, right? Are you seeing a rotation back to tech? Those types of things are what's going to keep you in the right relative strength names, right? So if you're not doing that research, that's how you get run over.
OLB up through $1, guys. This one, I think Crow's trading it. Good work, Crow. OLB Group announces global partnership with PayPal, as in they probably just, what would you say, Nauss? They just added their PayPal button to their website.
Yeah, they just add. They've got somewhere on like the footer of the website. You can use PayPal now
to accelerate digital payments for small and mid-sized merchants.
Oh, good Lord. These PR companies, this is why I tell you, Kevin, and I think Josh and Kevin, I would give you guys that, is start researching these PR companies. Know exactly how they write their PRs. You're going to start to catch them when they write PRs that are very similar. And so those are how your kind of Tim Grutani, that's your Tim Sykes type of method, right? That's how Tim Sykes actually got like where he got to, right? Because he started to catch on to these PR BSs that is getting put out there. So if you really track the actual PR companies, you'll notice that their PRs are very similar. Their wording and the things that they use, those are the types of things that you can actually target in the long run. But you got to dive deep in penny stock game. That's even too much for me. I don't need to be researching PR.
But then you can do the exhaustive analysis, in which case, sometimes it is very relevant. I saw a clip of Cuban say he would research these penny plays and he made a bunch of money shorting them because he had a guy go out to find like their addresses, like you guys were saying.
Yeah.
It would be some warehouse, and he made a killing because it was like these companies obviously were illegitimate to begin with. But sometimes, I mean, the illegitimacy can run wild. Your quote, like the irrationality. So it's not a science, of course, but yeah, absolutely right. You gotta. But knowing that certainly helps you to formulate that. But PayPal's been in tech, in free fall. Yeah, did you guys see the?
PayPal's been awful. Yeah, that's been a dead company.
I mean, they've lost competitive advantages for years now, and they're not going anywhere anytime soon. The only thing that's kept them is certain companies too lazy to get off of them. That's it. That's the only reason they're still around, because there's some legacy customers that are just too lazy to change everything. So that's why they're still getting business. But when you think about it, there's how many competitors in their space now?
Yeah.
Right.
I say old people though too, because when I like do the stuff I do, they're like, "Do you have PayPal?" And I'm like, "Oh yeah, I do," but I'm like
legacy customer.
People. It's almost like Facebook.
Legacy.
Yeah, you're right.
You know what I mean? That's your legacy customer, the one that sticks around no matter what because he's been using it for 20 odd years. Yeah. He's like, I'm not going anywhere anytime soon, man. It's 20 years of this.
And that guy dies at some point, so that's generally not the customer you want.
That's what happens.
You'll keep that money for a long time, and then he kicks the bucket.
But according to their earnings, they will still have so many loyal, even if they're dead, customers.
All right.
PLYX guys, just alert on this. I know Joe and Crow are trading it. She is. This one did that. Oh my God! This is why you do not hold shorts on these. Like for instance, RIME. 20% short. Who on a 3 million float ticker? Who? Why? Fire them. PLYX. Why? You're literally getting margin call. This thing went up to $66 at like 6 a.m. this morning. You're getting so I like the approach you guys were taking as far as scooping this thing up, $66 down to $3. I know Joe's working it from a low 3 entry. So let's monitor it here as she's starting to get some volume on it to break through at least the high since market open.
Love to hear it. Love to see you guys making some cash out there. Keep cashing out there, traders. Send us going back and forth, and I think you're seeing the chop out there. I'm going to watch to see if it really breaks down to 600 on the next cut down, because that could be where things let go. So I'll keep watching that.
These days it just blows my mind how you can have 18% short on a company like that. It's been a short cleansing market. That's been the terminology we've been using, because you can't be complacent on these. But sitting here up here 3.7s right now. Good work, guys, on this. We got the trend back down to 3.4s, getting some volume on it for this break.
It's a good looking.
F slide new low day. My baby's at new lows too, by the way. So I'm scaling out more. So F slide just slowly scaling out every new low I see there. So I'm just babysitting over here.
That CMTS that Tuna's pointing out. This was interesting. Nice little coil. This is on the list for actually an opening range breakout short, but we never got it. So it could be one of those you guys like, coiling back up here. I'm sitting about flat on the day, right? I've got all my shorts going on. I'm down $8, so really I do nothing day, but tons and tons of trades going on here, that's for sure.
I'm yelling at my platform, telling them, guys, why did you guys break something? Like, why did you guys break it, dude? You guys do updates, but there's no need to break things.
Yeah, and most places, I'd hope they do the same, give you the ability to like roll it back, like give me a
this thing's going.
Give me the other version.
No, that's why Michael, they do that, right? They released a beta. They was out for the last like 2 weeks, but then they immediately take everybody into the beta on an update, and then the thing doesn't work half the time. It's like, come on, dude! Like, you couldn't figure this out when it was in beta mode.
Because I remember with my work at Trade Ideas, we'd never force them to upgrade, and we'd go on the system. We'd see like one guy who's using a version we put out like 15 years ago. I actually like called him, like, "Hey man, you ever think an update?" And he's like, "Nope." He's like, "It does exactly what I want it to do. I don't know what else craziness you guys are putting in there, but." He was a very old seasoned trader. He had a very simple trading strategy that he just needed for, and he just said, "Nope. I'm good. I'm good to go. As long as my computer will run it, I'm not moving."
Right. Also, there's one thing I bought so much Nike gear back in the day. The one super proud one I'll never forget getting an email, but I was a beta user for the Nike app before it was ever released, and that was the coolest thing. So we get to test it out and buy shoes before people. There's like 3 or 4 pairs of shoes I still have from that. But that was one of the coolest things ever. I was like, that was like a nod to like, hey, thank you for spending the thousands of dollars for us or from us at all of our stores. Would you like to be a beta user? I'm like, yes, thank you. This is awesome. That was like in 2015, I want to say. Yeah, that was forever ago, but that was really, really cool.
All right, let's see if Sanda starts getting crushed here. VIX right back to the highs here. Let's see it. I'm going to be watching to see what happens here.
SPY already at lows of the day. So that's it, lows of the day already, just FYI. Not by much, but definitely cracked those new lows.
Big ask lining up. PLYX at 401. Let's see if she gets... Let's see if the ask gets eaten up at $4, and then...
Hold on. What did you just say?
Yeah, you really, really enunciate that K, or we're gonna get flagged over here. Right? Like,
I heard myself saying
You're
it.
gonna use the beep button.
I was like, I don't know. I got it.
All right.
I'll be right back. I gotta go. I'm gonna go chug some Dayquil. Man, these kids, we do that on stream. Just watch me chug 1.5 liters of Dayquil. I'll be right back.
Kevin, I didn't know you had an OF.
Oh, you didn't? Yeah.
I didn't know that's how you make your money on the side. Side income, side hustle.
Oh my God.
Yeah, Kevin used to work in Vegas at the. He was one of the men from down under. What was that? What was that joint you're on in Vegas?
Keep it peachy.
Dude,
Keep it peachy.
Wow. Tax it.
Well, I mean, look,
indeed,
I wasn't.
Tuesdays indeed.
I wasn't lying. I mean, 401. That was
Miami style Fat Tuesday. Let's go, baby. We'll see what happens, guys. Look at that Sandas chart. I think this is the vital chart of the day, guys. I've been talking about it. We'll go to my charts and just take a look into that. And this is why I try to sometimes stick to things, because I want you guys to sometimes think about it, right? Because there's a reason why I've been bringing it up. This is your risk appetite, this name right here. If this name doesn't want to completely rip back up to 700, the risk appetite disappears from the market. If this name dips today towards 570s, watch how things just, oh, crap. Oh, that's exactly how the big investor gets. Oh, crap. Because this is holding up the market. These areas, these stocks, your ASML, right? Look at this name in the last, and we can go to a daily chart, kind of point it out, right? This is what's been holding up the market, guys, right? Like this price action, right? These are names that have completely flipped from last year, right? If these break, watch out. Your ASMLs, your AMATs, your Sandust, that's a memory trade. That's your hardware trade that's kind of holding in there. If that goes bye-bye, well, then you know what happens. Or you could be like Michael and just let a bot kind of trade for you. And if you need some little Davix to get you through, baby, get you through. Get you through.
This will be gone by the end of the day for sure. Not sponsored, obviously, but yeah, just get me going. And yeah, it's funny. I had someone DM me earlier today and say, okay, well, what do you need in order to get bearish? And
that is a good question.
My response was,
he did better than I do. Hire that guy.
Maybe a little bit dickish, but it was just like stocks going down.
I like it.
Most stocks are at within like 5% of all time highs. So, right, hit me up, but
Nauss answer.
I think the main thing is that I know I'll be late, right, and I'm okay with that. I'm always late. I'm late on the bottoms. I'm late on the top, and that's just kind of the nature of being a trend follower, right? I'm 100% okay that if the market breaks down here, by the time I'm getting out of things, yeah, I probably missed like 5-10% off the top. But if every time the market took a wiggle, I wouldn't have gotten like the 100% rip or whatever the hell we were doing since 2022. So yeah, it's just show me breadth, show me a kind of an overwhelming amount of stocks that are going down, and it's probably actually a good time I can tease you guys on something here that I've been building. A way to systematize this, right? As opposed to guessing. So this particular chart right here is color coded based off of how many internal indicators are either positive or negative, right? And you can see it does a pretty good job of going into like a yellow kind of warning mode before, again, never hitting the top. But, right, this is 2020, went yellow before the drop. Here's 2018, went yellow before the bear market. Right, 2022, same kind of thing. And then even 2025, this bear market. So what this is, and again, just a chat I had with Perplexity, is just, or Claude, just walking around and saying, okay, let's grab all the major things that people look at for things that they're worried about the market, and let's just create a score. So right now we're 80% bullish, right? And it's just simple things like, you know, the VIX is below 28, the VIX is below the 50-day moving average, the SPY relative to its 200-day moving average, a bunch of trend following indicators as well. So if you're ever like worried about what to do, right, you can just build these very basic systems and just go through and spot check them. Does it do a good job warning me before things hit the fan? Well, yeah, like we got red, right? Red, yellow here. So then what I end up doing is I end up testing it. See if I can find the test for you guys by basically just going back and saying, okay, I built a model that says if we're green, I am 150% in the market. And then if we're yellow, I'm 50% in the market. And then if we're red, I'm 0% in the market, and smokes the S&P 500 over the long run. So yeah, it's a very simple, like weight of the evidence kind of approach to things that I think is really, really cool for people to start thinking about, right? And this was, I walked the dogs, right? And I put Claude in my ear. And by the time I got back, it had the code for this set up in TradingView, just completely done for me. And it was just, I'm going to go for a walk and I'm just going to say, okay, like, you know, go look on the internet and tell me some things that people look at for breadth indicator, right? And NYSE versus high low trending up. Okay, great. Right. So what I'm starting to do now is I'm taking my current existing kind of swing trading investment systems and using this as a potential regime filter where maybe when things are not green, I am only trading half size. And when they're super green, I'm trading full size or even leverage and things like that. So yeah,
Quickly,
so
I wanted to jump in here. You said you talked to Claude. Sounded like Iron Man talking to Jarvis. Does Claude have initial standing for? Does it stand for something like Jarvis did?
No, that's Anthropic's thing. But funny enough, I don't know if you guys have been seeing this OpenClaw thing. Basically, it's an AI, agentic AI you can have to like build your computer. So I built one, and of course I named it Jarvis, and I can talk to it. I can talk to it on Telegram, so I can be away from my thing, and I can be like, "Oh yeah, I forgot to run this report. Do it for me," and it just turns on, and it can start clicking the button on the computers, and
that's super
like
cool.
This is why you gotta lean in. You gotta lean in, boys.
Well, and it's simple stuff. Like I have for Stats Edge trading for my service, I have to run all this day trading stuff, and it's kind of annoying. It only takes like 10-15 minutes, but I have to do it every night around 7 o'clock my time. And I'd rather be, you know, playing with kids and doing whatever. So that was the first thing. It took me about a week of trial and error, and now it wakes up every day at 7 o'clock, and it just runs the report and just sends me a little link at the end on Telegram. Says, hey man, I'm done. Just, you know, proofread it, make sure it makes sense, and hit a button and send it off. And that's the kind of stuff. That's why these software stocks are getting murdered, because that's amazing. It's going to save me.
This is the new age, and if you don't
saw
get
your
with it,
post, money, Mitch, on as far as like the housing, is that like the affordability is at the worst it's ever been, and then you were mentioning the car loans, and now you throw in like all these jobs that are about to get slashed.
I mean,
Whew.
there's some real trouble that can happen in this market, guys. It's just more, has anything really broken just yet? No, it's all thinking, right? That's what I think Michael is pointing to, that he's trying to tell you guys, don't worry too much about thinking, right? And so
My
that's
We're
the
about
thing
to.
early,
We don't have to
right?
think anymore. Yeah.
Well, and my favorite quote on this was Peter Lynch, one of the greatest investors of all time. And one of his famous quotes was, "More money has been lost preparing for the bear market than in the bear market itself," right? Just
That's good.
think about the last few years. There's so many people who are worried about this or that number is degrading or this number looks bad or whatever, and they missed like 40%, 50% rip up. It's like, okay, I would rather make the 50% rip up and take a 15% haircut on the way back down. Right. And, it's the beauty of trend following is just stay involved in the market until the trend changes and get out. Know you're going to miss the top. Know you're going to miss the bottom. But yeah, that's one of my favorite quotes of more money lost. And he is, Lynch is the boss, but more money has been lost preparing for the bear market than in the bear market itself. And that's not even considering opportunity costs. Like there's people out there who, and I saw it in the hedge fund game where they weren't losing money, but after 2008, they would refuse to get back into the market. They kept waiting for the next shoe to drop of the great financial collapse. And those guys they didn't lose money. They just lost their jobs. Because why am I invested with you not doing anything? I invest with this guy who's buying stocks. And then we had like the greatest 13-year bull market of all time. And the whole way up, I think part of the difference for me is I'm old, right? The whole way up, everyone was just saying there's going to be a double dip recession. It looks awful this time. Everything's going to be bad. And the market just made new all-time high. And that's when I really got big into technical analysis, because I was seeing these technical analysts just making a killing because the market was just ripping, and all these fundamental guys popping up on CNBC saying, no, everything's going to be bad. Zero interest rate policies are going to be horrible and blah, blah, blah. And just 20 years of just let's send it.
We will see right here. I think this is a vital spot here, guys. I got break even on the VIX just a second ago, but I started to see sand dust kind of playing in on this symmetrical triangle. Now it's made 3 attempts to break over 615 today on a trend line. I'm watching to see if that will end up breaking down here. I can show you guys the chart right here, symmetrical triangle. You can see how it's kind of playing in there, right? And so you can see the touches. What do we always say? We're going to look for the 4th touch to fail here. So you look for a move into this move and then to see if it fails, right? So I'd actually look to see if it breaks that and creates a wick pattern here to the upside. If you do get a closing pattern on, let's say, a deeper time frame, right, and you start to actually close up, let's say, above 620s, that's kind of your bullish sign, and you start to see quick recovery. So going to look to see if we get a quick pop here towards like 616 or something like that, and then looking to see if we get that quick takedown right afterwards back to the downside of the break, right? That would give you those 3 looks to the upside, an attempted breakout, and then a failure going back towards this 605 level. That's where you should see volume increase, and then look for to see if it breaks down towards this first low, which is the 591. Right.
Yeah, we actually had a beautiful example too, symmetrical triangle here on OBAI this morning.
Nice.
Ticker's just been bleeding on off, but pretty much exactly what you're saying with the increase in volume and then just getting tighter. And it was about the 4th test. 1, 2, and then 3 it bounced up, and then 4, just trickle down. It's just how many times can you knock on that door before you start. Oh, we had another really good example too of this on NCI, which we did go over. I didn't get the trade here. NCI. This was this popped up above kind of that line. It looked like it was this was in a triangle here. I'll draw it out, but it looked like it was getting the bounce, but it was a failed bounce. Again, when they're overbought in general, kind of like your SanDisk trade, where it looks like, okay, hey, we're
example, right?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3 that came to the trend line. Then you look for the pullback. You look for the breakout above. If it can't hold that breakout, it's usually going to come back and test support, That's why I trade this trade. That's why the light bulb goes off for me, guys, is that you at least know, like, hey, this is the moment where the stock should really continue to push. And if it doesn't give you that push, it's going to probably test back all the way to support. Usually support is very far from there. So you have two trades to put on there, right? You can either go short, trying to get it down to that support, or you can say, hey, I'm going to look for the support to come playing back in and then look to see if we get a bounce off of there, right? Is there a big buyer waiting there to jump in? Right, in the trade, right? That's the seller that you sell into if you're on the short side, right? You're like, I'm shorting into you, and then he goes and buys it at the bottom, right? So realize there's always two sides, but I think it's very important to look for those kind of ups and downs and kind of those how patterns go, right? They go in waves, right? They don't just go in one direction and then no pullback, one direction. Those are kind of more buying program moments where it's just momentum breakouts. Majority of the time, stocks go up and down. It's a wave pattern, right? You want to be watching those waves and trying to position yourself the best you can, right? That's just what it comes down to. How do you do that? Well, you got to determine what are your strategies. Are you a support buyer, resistance buyer, right? Thing in the middle. Don't be that pig. Pigs get slaughtered, guys.
I hear pigs get fat, and the hogs are the ones that get slaughtered.
Oh, okay.
Do they?
Oh.
Let me talk about my hogs like that now.
The hogs get slaughtered all the time, right?
Yeah, it's like be greedy, but not too greedy.
You guys had a good player, right? It's on the Sixers now, right? Was he on the Hogs?
Oh, you're talking about? Oh, yeah. Well, we have another
PLYX is still.
Yeah. We got a couple dudes. We got one for Orlando down there. You're close to the one of them. The dude that plays for Orlando, Black. His last name's Black.
Yeah, I know Black.
Anthony Black. Anthony Black. Yeah, he's a baller. But yeah, we've had some studs over the last 5-10 years.
Yeah, that's important. Edgecombe, right? Was Edgecombe on the?
No.
No, I know he's on some Midwest team, probably. No, he's not on a popular team. So.
PLYX there, ripping just a bit.
Good work.
Yeah, you guys can go to that.
Joe and Crow, good work, guys. Anybody else on
Get that
PLYX?
money, right? Get that money, boys.
Well, and just we were talking about that indicator that I was building. So this is the back test of it, and essentially just leveraging up when it's going green and down when it's going red. And it's 12% year-over-year growth versus the 9% in the S&P 500, but max drawdown of 20% versus 50, right? So that's really what I'm focused on there, and that's just the chart. So the green lines, just using that indicator, and the red lines, using the S&P 500. So just less drawdowns, which is again what I'm looking to do. And then the beauty of it, just like I always talk about, is you take the thinking away from yourself. Right? Am I worried about this report that came out, or that number, or this thing, or that thing? It's like, no, just I'll wait the end of every day. I'll look at it. And I'll say, is it green or red? If it's green, I'll still be buying stocks. If it's red, maybe I'll back off just a little bit.
Finger on the sell button. Nauss, do you have any special data on PLYX in regards to the float? Because the basic FinViz is not providing that. I think she's a recent IPO, but it IPO'd at like $45, and it's been selling off since then. So if we do have any data, I mean, this thing could be heavily shorted. We just hit lows again. The theme here.
You're talking about Compass?
PLYX.
PLYX.
I'm looking here. I'm just going to use
name. That's a tough one.
Volume 4 million. I'm seeing in the float from TradingView. FinViz doesn't have anything for me either, even though I've got like the advanced whatever of FinViz. I'm seeing 100 million in vault market cap, 4 million shares in the float total. I'm going to go look for short. I like shortsqueeze.com is one of the good ones.
Okay.
Try that.
What a website name. Short Squeeze.
I know. They're old school.
Oh, big
pop.
sell-off.
I told you. That's why I literally just said there. I said, PLX, take that profit. That pop was coming in. So there's that quick liquidation sweep. That's where I saw that coming.
Let's see what happens here, though, because if shorts are underwater here, they're going to be. They had orders out to cover.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm not seeing.
Not seeing that.
It might just be because it's an IPO, so there just might not be that data. They might not have been alive long enough to have short float reported. So
that's a good example here, though, guys, of just again not over leveraging, because you can get those 40-50 cent moves like that. Man, Joe and Crow were in on this. Low threes. Good work.
Yeah, and what did it do down there, right? 3 pops to resistance, a hold to support, 4th time was your breakout.
Right.
I mean, the rule of 3, guys, I don't, this is the only thing I've ever felt like I don't want to tell people about. There's never anything else that I've ever heard in finance that I'm like, oh, maybe I just don't tell people about this. So look more into that. I think you can play those patterns. They work for some reason. I don't know why. At this point, I don't even know why. Like, I can tell you guys, I've tried to do the research of why it's on the 4th try, but it just seems like that's just the basics of the pattern, right? Especially triangles, flags, wedges, right? Wedges are a little bit tighter because sometimes you'll get more of that bounce between the resistance and the support, right? As it's getting tighter and tighter, you're just getting that ping pong action. But especially on flag patterns or horizontal patterns, when you're getting that attempt to go to that 4th time to break out, if it's not giving you that breakout, a lot of times I'll think break down. If it's giving me the breakout, then at that point, I know that the 3rd support should hold. And then I can use that as my risk level, right?
Yeah.
And so that's why I think it's such a good mentality, right? Because it also gives you the mentality of sizing into the position, right? A lot of people to ask me, well, how do I size into a position? Look at this Palantir chart right in front of you, right? Look, like you want to be sizing in when it's hitting those support tries, right? So you could have gone in, let's say 50 shares on the first time. Okay, the second support try, it holds that same spot. Well, now I'm in a double size. Now I'm going to go towards 150. And then, it's on the 3rd try up. Any pullback that can hold a support and then break it the next time, I'm going to go and add on the breakout. That's adding the right way. That's adding in specific key areas, using a strategy to go about it. And that's going to give you the best ability to combine a pattern approach with position sizing, right? And so that's what you also want to be thinking about. Maybe you have the right strategy, but you don't have the right way to go about it in position sizing. This is a whole nother part of your strategy that you need to be thinking about.
Yeah, I love that, because it's just get in at an area where, like, if it doesn't work, the risk is so minimal, and that's how Joe got in this at that level. I mean, perfect. If it doesn't get the volume, I mean, the risk relative to the reward on this massive, and again, leaving the 10% to head on to Jupiter. Good work, Joe.
Why not Saturn? Just asking.
No, because too many rings. I don't know.
So
this could make a smooth sailing there.
It's all about that ask. What can I say? All right, and that's when Michael left, as you noticed. He knows when to get out before he gets canceled. But yeah, guys, I'm gonna actually hop because I gotta go deal with my this lovely platform. They want me to delete it and bring it back, so I gotta go work on some things like that. Guys, we'll be focusing on the market to see what's going on. I can see that they came after basic materials, energy today, technology down over 1%, even defensive down over a full percent today, telling me that essentially nothing could hold up. Healthcare is up, but it's not up at all. Like, it's a 0.19, right? Like, it's nothing. And utilities are up 0.2, but it's really nothing because since the open, it's 0. So pretty much staying unchanged is utilities. And healthcare, slight 0.15 up, right? But even financials are down. Pretty much everything just not being able to hold on. We'll see if this changes by the end of the day. This is why it's important to know your morning outlook, your afternoon outlook, and then the end of the day outlook. Because a lot of times, the markets can change. See you guys next time. And where do you keep up with that? Right here. Trade the Pool, of course, guys. And I'll see you over at the earnings streams. There is some earnings streams going on this week, guys. A little bit of a lower names, but our boys will be there. See you guys. Take care.
Appreciate you, gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
Later, guys.
Later, guys.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Let's go. What is?
I can't. I can't help it, Josh. 31-year-old man. I like some juvenile humor here and there. Look, you're 10 years my senior. You still like a little juvenile humor, right?
I mean, that's trust me. Yeah. Oh, I mean, yeah. Yes, and yes. Yes, and yes. I mean, it's just one of those things. Just grow up watching what we did with, like we've talked about, SNL and Living Color, but then those characters and all those different actors and actresses. So yeah, you're just like, that's instilled into you to be just, if you grew up in that era, to be kind of goofy and just relaxed at times, not it doesn't always have to be serious. And real quickly, earnings today. We got PANW this afternoon, CDNS. Nothing too crazy today, it doesn't look like. I know, of course, Steve will keep you posted tomorrow. We've got, let's see, BKNG. We got our Carvanas tomorrow. That'll be a good one, actually, tomorrow afternoon. That'll be a pretty big one to watch. And the big one on Thursday will be, we got BABA, but it doesn't have a time, at least on the NASDAQ.com doesn't show a time. A lot of big ones in the morning, Walmart in the morning. Of course, we'll have it in the morning, but we're talking about for the afternoon. Next week's going to be the bigger one, or I said the bigger one, but the last big week will be next week when we have next week we have, I think it's NVDA. NVDA is next Wednesday.
Okay.
Next Wednesday. That's the last big daddy. They always wait to the very end.
Yeah, good work, guys. Thank you, Joe, for running that poll. Looks like, for the most part, look, 22% flat so far, 67% green. I think that's good statistically. Look, Josh, today it's just comical because I came into today. I'm like, look, this is essentially Monday. Like, volume's going to be spread out. We got to let the dust settle, kind of thing. And all I've taken to ATOM on the 5 on the short there for ATOM. Just some gas money there, pretty much. But it was funny, Josh, because I'm sitting here waiting, and everything like at the bell is just dumping. It's just a dump fest. So a little aggravating. Didn't chase anything. I'm fairly disciplined about that, but obviously just watching it all dump before your eyes is a little, especially when I'm mainly a short seller in this space. But outside of that, what do you have other than you got the fast?
Right? That was FSLI for me today. It was my baby. So FSLI's just been my only one that I traded today was FSLY, going back to the old well. And then now just kind of sit back, and because like you said, there was really nothing at the bell that I liked that looked good. Everything was kind of cracking away. And I was like, well, that's not, of course, recently here, me, I'm wanting to go long or go for bounce plays. And so nothing really provided for that really early on. And then I just went over, which I alerted in my morning alerts, looking for a short on FSLI back on down to 17 or so. Well, anyway, so it was a good short. It ended up working out pretty good. It's bouncing at my where I scaled out at low of day. So yeah, it's just one of those days where now you just sit back and wait and watch and see if you find a move, or your buddy. I say your buddy, but I still have orders up here at 3. But your buddy soon. I know this is like when you're going back to the well, that's one of yours you've been looking at for the past week or two or whatever, but that's another one there. I don't know if did you look at Soon earlier?
Yeah, that was on the watch list. What's she doing right now? I mean, PLYX selling off right now, guys. Look, with PLYX, it's in a little DT on the VWAP, but let's just look. This is my thoughts, Josh. Moving into today, it's like I want to let the bulls and bears fight it out. If we are going to see selling pressure after this 5 tap, I don't mind riding it on down, but I'm just waiting a little bit more for confirmation today. But in regards to Soon I like just based off of the fact that she's up hundreds of percent from last a couple weeks ago, 68 cents to 2.5. But she is holding up real well in a healthy manner. That like the 2 level on Soon is something to monitor. It's energy, so that sector's been doing fairly well here lately too. So yeah, I think there's a trade on Soon. I related it a little bit to even though they were in separate spaces, they were the same kind of price range and up percentage wise. But NCI was a great symmetrical triangle crack. It was that fake out, breakout, back down, the 4th test, like Money Mitch was saying, and she's just been bleeding off.
Yeah,
so
that's where early on I stopped trading breakouts for that reason. I would always get burned, and that's when I then started, of course, like I talked about, started trading the trend line cracks, and I started trading trend line cracks instead because that's what I'd see too often. Yeah, I just saw that way too often, and that's I love getting back to this. I just need to start going long when it starts working more often. Boy, look at where I scaled out. Low of day, bro. Look at the bounce play from there upward. Oh man, it's funny. And then I scaled out my last shares here at my entry price, which I got into this play right here. She was cracking down for more, but yeah, that was pretty funny that I'll go back to this. And now I love when I see this, but it's like, man, why didn't you go long, you guru? But yeah, right there at low of day.
Mm-hmm.
And this had a crazy liquidation sweep at the opening bell. So this popped up really hard. I don't know if you saw that at the open bell from FSLI, of course, you know, looking at it now, but yeah, that was, and yeah, of course, the crazy play this morning, which we'll go back to, this PLYX, you know, this is just absolutely bonkers. This right here, you know, I didn't see that. Were you up live? Did you actually see that move up today and that massive upper shadow?
No, I was on daddy duty, but the traders in the Discord were mentioning it, and I pulled that up, and I'll just, just shake my head like this absolute. I mean, you have, as these small cap low float plays, you can't sit in them short. I mean, it's just you're going to get margin called if you're sitting in a play like that. You're down an infinite amount of money, like negative balance. Where I've talked to you, because on the Friday night streams, we've talked to the guys that are down negative amounts on that kind of a move, and the broker can hardly even liquidate them. But they will if they when their system detects that. It might have just been an error on that. But yeah, that was a great Friday night live stream, by the way. We had a really good turnout, a lot of good activity. We'll keep those up, guys. It's just a great time hanging out overall on my stream. We'll do Josh's next time, but make sure you guys jump into those as well, where we hang out, talk stocks, get ready for the next week.
I'll have to miss this Friday. We're good, but then which of course is still a couple days away. But then the following Friday, I could jump in from New Orleans. I guess I could jump because it'll be you're hosting it, which makes it perfect. I will jump in. I'll be hosting my AKNR, my third one, so it'll be in New Orleans.
Have a party with your guys. Yeah. You and the guys jump on over. PLYX bouncing right now, traders. Again, I'm not biased here. I just want to see which who is underwater and where, what levels, trader analysis. But yeah, that'll be fun. And Crow and guys in chat, Tack, Tuna Joe, T Web, any of you, the Friday night live stream's open for you guys to give you a voice, to hang out, chat, get things off your chest, get ready for the next week. It's where it's open mic night, if you will, karaoke night if you want to. Look, come on, Joe. We've heard we wanted that karaoke night in Florida. We wanted to hear that singing voice, so we'll get that singing voice ready for one of these Friday night live streams. PLYX, let's see what 5's going to do. We couldn't really hold up and over it. That's why I say over-under's risk. Everybody, mind you this, traders. Look, I mean, this is a perfect example of this. If you're a newer trader in here, never, ever, ever, ever put your stop at the whole dollar, because everybody does that. All the volume on this ticker, the most volume on the day was right at 501. So you got to put it at an abnormal level. Put it at 513. Put it at oftentimes the 20 that I've seen, you guys know, is magic. So I normally will do like 0.23, 0.27, and even ladder them. The ladder approach on your stops, where it's like, man, because otherwise, how many of us have been in a situation where we top tick something and it goes, if you're long, it just shoots up from there. So the ladder approach is really good for stops. Like, just ladder them 3-4 different places, spread out that risk.
Ladder them. Love it. Right now, Adam's still speaking. Adam's moving back on up. That's the one I am still looking at today. It's really PLYX has the majority, I think, of buyers. FSLI, it's just, again, it's becoming a little bit more of a multi-day mover. So that one I don't think is fully done yet on FSLI. But yeah, it's Adam, it's PLYX. I think that's where the mob's at. Then you kind of you're shifting back and forth, and we'll go the ones we've looked at through the last hour or so from FRGT, or if it was OLB or whatever it might be, you'll get those random pumpers. But today, nothing. I think it gives it that possibility, as I talked about to my, my crew earlier this morning in pre-market into the opening bell, that, hey, PLYX, don't be surprised if it does pop up, just because how much it moved in pre-market. It has a lot of range there now. So a lot of traders, can see, oh, wow, this could have, a lot of course, I'd say, there's no way a third of the people trading this are that newer. I want to trade now. They're just newer traders, or they're still rookies, or they're struggling maybe a year in, but they have that FOMO mob mentality, and they're thinking of, oh my gosh, this has so much room to run. This could really go crazy, No, it's probably not, but it still has room to run. But there's just so many people trading this. I would say a good third of the people trading PLYX today have that thought process of to the moon. This has so much room to run, and just knowing that, again, back to what we talked about, like Money Mitch was talking about, just knowing keywords, as I would call them, in small caps, and how they keep, like, and going back to what's so funny, I'm going to be like JagX. I'll never forget. Not only back to the reverse split thing, he was like Money Mitch was talking about how they'll kind of put out the same PR, but they'll just reword it a little differently. JagX did this. I can't tell you how many times back in the day they'd put out the same PR once a month, or once a month. They put out essentially a PR that was just like the one before. It was ridiculous. And you'd see it pop up from like 70 cents to 110, and it would come right back on down. I'm like, yeah, same PR anyway. And so it's like, who's trading this, and why do they keep? And but you just realize these things, and it's a just rinse and repeat process essentially. And that's how I trade when I'm looking at tickers and charts. I just essentially memorize what charts I like to look at, and then just trade those over and over and over. Atom bomb starting to move back on up right here. So another one that's not it's not up a lot on the day. I think it's only up about 20-25%, but a good chart. Run it, that bounce back off that 50 EMA. I talked about that in my live stream earlier, somewhere in this 420 area. It didn't quite get down. I had orders earlier and then I canceled them. But it's nice to know that I had the right area and right thought process of where I wanted the bounce play. And here she goes right back on up. And you can see this nice wedge. We crack it. Then we break the overall downtrend. And now we're just on this nice overextended bounce play back on up. It's another decent move for the day there, besides your PLYX. Other than that, LFS, former runner. This is why we keep a watch list out. This has popped up multiple times over the past few months. Just on the watch list from popping on up. Other than that, your movers from early in the day, dead. BDMD, bleh. I guess it's not bad, but it's kind of dying back on off here. Stuck in between the WAP and the 50. SOPA, the ROPA. Well, this is a former runner that went bananas. It's up today, but it's again just former runners. But you can see here, nothing too crazy. I'd say PLYX has that chance to go crazy if we get one. Throwing large caps too, by the way, just across the board. Really, Apple's only went up on the day. NVDA, look at the W down here at the bottom here. W, look at it ripping back on up here, team. Double bottom ripping back on up. Double bottom, close to a little wonky on the SPY there. I think Q's is cleaner, pretty clean on the SPY. It's almost a triple bottom there on the Q's. Microsoft founds a bottom. I think Meta actually has a really nice W shape, if I'm not mistaken. It's close. It's a W, but right side's a little bit lower. We are definitely finding bottoms and rolling. Oh, it's AMD. AMD has the really pretty W. That's the one. Look at that perfect double bottom W right there, team. Ripping back onto the top side, so he'd chill off at the opening bell. It's kind of what Michael was talking about with Nauss, and I just don't feel we're there yet. But he's like, yeah, when stocks are moving down, like, when are we going to get the sell off? Like, we're not there. We keep getting this. These sweeps down, sweep back on up, sweep down, sweep back on up. Not quite there yet.
Yeah, I'm ready for the TCGLs to be back here, man. ELP-Ws.
It was a hot pre. I will say, to that, to shade of those guys that took advantage in pre-market, it was a hot pre-market. We had a lot of new tickers. I was surprised after a 3-day weekend. I guess a lot of it comes back to what RIME did on Friday, which I didn't put on the. I think I took it off my watch list possibly because it just look at the sell-off at the bell. But if you go back to Friday, RIME was a really good squeeze here. I was going live. I always go live on Fridays all day. And we got this nice good squeeze here in the afternoon. I was surprised to see a play go from 130 all the way up to 4, as you can see here at the closing bell, then go all up to 6 and after hours. So you think about where we went in about 4 hours there, from 150 up to 6, essentially about a $5 spike, 2, 3, whatever, 100% move. Okay. And then we come into pre-market. Maybe that did get some stuff going, with the different tickers we had. But yeah, like you were saying, everything just kind of sold off. PLYX trying to make that move back on up today, but this kind of, I think, sparked a little bit of energy back to small caps, but yeah, it kind of has been then since that move on Friday and pre-market onward here, we just are kind of lackluster in my opinion. You monitoring anything over there for a trade?
Yeah, so there's just a couple. I'll swing it over here. So I was looking at trying to find some news on this SMJF. It halted down, opened at $1 from 4. So just taking a peek there. I didn't see any news on it. Let me take a look.
Just as
Offering. Well, offering in December. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure here. SMJ International, just random halt down. There's just some volatility there. So monitoring that, perhaps a dead cat bounce or lower. We'll see. Rhyme, of course, still taking a look there. She's trying to hold 3 now. AI, large sell off out of the gates. Then, of course, the PLYX trade is where I agree. I mean, this is where small cap eyes are, but she just formed a lower
she's
high.
bleeding. Yeah. Back under 430, we'll see some more blood. Adam, for the slow and steadies out there, I would say that's where we're at anyway today. We're not really getting that bigger mover, and that's where today is a good day to work on patience and work on discipline. But ATOM's a nice, good, slow and steady play too. I love that play. Back up to $5.
Well, we had 30% of the traders are no trade today, so that's I mean, flat or no trade. That's great. Adam is okay. This is what happened. This was my only trade. That fast move up towards 5. Now again, this formed a descending triangle, but this was a trap. Obviously, I mean, taking a look, it cracked under, and then smacked it again, got rejected, and then she's just been in trap mode now. Oftentimes we see this, Josh, where bull flag, bear flag doesn't matter. They'll accumulate, and then once it gets the volume, that's got to be invalidated or stop. Make sure you're staying rigid with those rules, because now once we hold back above this line here, that should be an invalidation now. Okay, we're popping back over it. We're holding that level over under hold. Because again, what's our leading play this morning? Right now, PLYX. That 5, like I was mentioning earlier, let's not stop right on 5 or 501. That's why we utilize, and I learned this from Nate over Investors Underground. He says over under, which I love. It's like, I'm not going to have a hard stop right there. You can have soft stops in certain places, but this over under methodology says I need to see if it's going to validate or not. Invalidate. Now, the validation would be sustained volume to hold it. But if you look at my chart here, look at the volume here at the 5. That was the peak. Now we're forming like a head and shoulders on the volume. So again, it's not like this play is done, but the volume is gonna paint the picture here.
It's gonna paint a picture. What's up, Trevor? How you doing, handsome brother? Over in Ireland. He's in Ireland. Yeah, I'm right there with you at that same support area. It's starting to look a little cracky, a little weak here. Hey, there's always Mr. No. No volume. Speaking of no volume. All right, so go back here. That's what I was saying. At least in the 1 minute time frame, we've got that the moving average, not only with the VWAP lined up together, we get this beautiful liquidation sweep 2 times there with those lower shadows. This is huge with those wicks back below 430. I don't see how she doesn't come back down. I know she's minimum there. As I was going to say, I don't see how she doesn't come down to 405. And there it comes right down to this little plateau right there. And there's that sell off a little bit more.
DT crack. Okay, but now remember, ATOM was a descending triangle crack that turned into just pretty much a trap. So again, it's got to be over under. We need to see what she's going to do here. Don't anticipate it. Let's react to it. If it's going to do an ATOM, curl back around, hold that support, like get back up through that prior support. Now resistance. Let's just monitor the action here. Let's monitor the action on it.
I'll put these lines in too to see if we hold these. But yeah, man, I'm looking forward to New Orleans. Yeah, we'll definitely. That'll be sweet going live. When you go live, I'll be down there with my crew. Aussie Chick, she'll be there. She's in chat. You always see Aussie Chick. Fred Austin Trader. When you see him in chat, if he's in chat now listening, and then we got we got a few of them coming. We got a few of them coming. Trevor's gonna make it. He was supposed to come, but hopefully he'll get to make it over. He's in Ireland, so it's a little bit of a trip. So yeah, so we even got Trevor coming over from Ireland to make it for an AKNR. But yeah, bro, it's gonna be fun. New Orleans. We got, of course, Fat Tuesday today. So we got full Mardi Gras season going on. So the food down there, of course, in the atmosphere. But then also on Friday, we're gonna hit up the track that you have like a motor speedway. It's like 3 miles long. Got about 12 turns, I think it is. We'll be getting Ferraris and Lamborghinis out and going and having some fun in those. having some laps on the track, my man.
That sounds like a great time.
Yeah, get up to about 160, maybe a little over 160 miles an hour on the straightaways. Yeah, baby.
Oh,
yeah, baby.
That's not going to be your first rodeo, is it?
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's like
that's like my everyday speed right there.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's like you always talk about you're not going to the school zone. Yeah, like what's Josh's zone say over there? Okay, speed limit 165. All right. Everyone's just going zoo, 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 zoo. You're like, all right, it's essentially it's the Autobahn.
You gonna be recording or have a videographer or something out there?
Oh yeah, for like the track stuff.
Yeah,
or just overall for the event,
or even the seminar. Yeah, the event. Just so
I thought about that in the past. So Avery, my wife, could do it. Yeah, now I haven't. Yeah. I need to get some stuff videoed because I thought about that the last couple of ones, and I won't get all of it done, but I'll have to get some of it recorded. So it's kind of like you can make teasers like shorts off of it. So I'll have a record like, hey, record A's to how yeah I can coach her up a little bit. Yeah, that's it'll be fun though. Yeah, and outside of I can put videos out there. I'll wear my Trade the Pool gear one day, and that way I can tag Trade the Pool, in one of the posts or the shorts that I'll upload. But yeah, man, it's cool. It's a great experience. Just the hands-on being there with them, and of course then, which the guys that are coming, and of course Aussie Chick, they've been to these before, and it's usually even when we meet new people, when the new people come and just getting to meet them, it's such an awesome experience. It's like what we did in Orlando for the money show, because I know these people, like whatever, I'm done one-on-ones with them or whatever. So I know their face usually. So it's kind of like you, I know you, I talk to you, but I just haven't ever got to hang out with you. And then, so it's just like that essentially. And then, you get together and, well, you saw how Orlando was.
Oh man. Might take a couple months off the lifespan, but it's worth it.
Yeah, heck, what's a couple months, Once I get that old, because I know I'm getting to 90, forget it. Go ahead and just send it. Send me, go on. Send me.
Apparently the oldest guy in the U.S., or, oldest person, guy or gal, is 111. Watched a clip on him yesterday. He's doing fairly well. PLYX still heavy under that trend, guys. 435 is really the level. I'm still monitoring. See,
I've got to be quiet. Someone's at my front door.
What are they selling? Oh boy, do I have to be quiet too? Turn me down.
The front door is right there.
I hear him knocking. I'll watch it. Guys, ATOM is right at its highs right now. ATOM. Here, I'll show the chart. ATOM, this could be a short squeeze going on. Right up at the highs, guys. Look at this V-shaped pattern. V-shape. This is definitely accumulated shorts on it because this was an earnings play. If you remember on Friday, we can zoom out a little bit. This was an earnings play.
He put the door hang on. He put something on the door. He said, "All right, I'm trying to sell something. I'll be back later." Well, we're good to go.
We're good to go. Okay. All right.
Yeah, that was hilarious. Yeah, when they come up, because that's what sucks. My office, it's one of the bedrooms in the house. Just turn this room into like my game room, office, man cave, whatever. And yeah, the front door is right there, so they can essentially hear me talking.
The Lazarus effect. Yeah. This is Crow. We have who coined that? One of us? Somebody coined that. It might have been Fades, or maybe you, Crow. It's just this. From the dead we rise again. ATOM. I mean, it's just straight up. Again, it's like the least expected thing, and so that happens. That ends up happening. PLYX, man, big ask. I'll get rid of the juvenile human. Oh, are they back?
What? We're good. No, we're good. Yeah, no, we're good.
Oh,
we're good.
I hear Marlon growling or somebody.
Yeah, no, Marlon? She's still just like, she just keeps on going. She's like, hey, someone's out there and I want to get them. I want to let them know this is not their house.
Guys, PLYX, they're walking this down. The ass keeps stacking up there. 4 5s, 4 3s now, 4 11s. Oh, it's tempting. Let me. If this is not going to get bullish volume on it, we're heading down south.
Yeah, it'd be one of those ones where you get more of that continuation on down. You kind of just stab at it, like you were like we could like earlier where it had that momentum. It right now feels like it has that extra next pull back down. You just got like an average into one of these type of plays. I'm like an Atom here. If I'm looking for one more trade, it's just a bull or slower play for the day. Bounce back off that 480 and VWAP would be what I'm looking for. But other than that, just sitting back here. I do like PLYX. Do what?
The soon you brought up is in a symmetrical triangle.
Yeah,
I guess that's the theme of the day. Yeah, this thing is higher lows, squeezing up towards resistance. So that's something's going to happen here with soon in a little bit. ATOM, what do you see on that? What are you thinking? Is she up through 5 yet? Yeah, holding through 5.
Yeah, I'd like it back down at the VWAP if I can we'll get a move back down there. I just don't know if we're going to get the move back down to 5 or 480 in the VWAP. So I love when these lines line up together right here. So we'll see if we get a move back down to this 480 mark. Kind of like where we just got the crack from PLYX. A good bounce play right there on would be a good bounce play for Atom Bomb.
Yeah, I could see it. I mean, I could see it going higher. This is a nasty setup for shorts that are now like what, WTF, ATOM. This thing just went straight back up to the highs on a steep trend line. So shorts are not too thrilled with that move right there. I could see another little penny play. GVH just did a big W pattern up towards highs and pre-market highs too. GVH, that was on the back burner list.
Is that one still floating around?
Yes, sir. GVH. The Lazarus effect, Crow. Here we go. Around 11:30. So now some of these plays are, as the dust settles, longs start coming in. Shorts had their fun. Now shorts are having a little trouble on a couple of these plays. GVH, ATOM.
Joe, man, that sounds like so much fun. Oh yeah, for sure. Tag, be careful. I'll be careful. Hey, don't worry. We're gonna have 2 Great Danes. 2 Great Danes and 3 Chihuahuas with us, so we'll be fine. And that's not hot. It's winter for us. I don't know where you live at, Tack. Tack, you live in the States. I mean, I don't know. I can't remember where all these guys are at anymore. But yeah, no, it's perfect. February, it'll be perfect for the track. Like 60, 70 degrees outside. Oh yeah, it's gonna be perfect. It's gonna be fun.
GVH on earnings. Yeah, the name of the game here. Patience.
That's the one thing about soon is just volume is so low. GVH, yeah, got that nice W shape too. It looks like a lot of the large cap plays with those W shapes and double bottoms for the day. You don't usually see them that perfect, but boy, that's a pretty nice W there on GVH. Waiting for the bounce play. Adam, I like this back down at this 480 area. So this is the only play I'm going to be looking to trade, get into this last 30 minutes of my usual trading day anyway, if I'm even trading at this point. Just waiting for bounce plays usually.
I think it's a good candidate for it because, again, like on a pullback now, I as a short, I know what shorts are saying. Like if any pullback, I'm out. Like I ain't messing around with this straight up move anymore on ATO and back up to the highs because it's not a clean fade anymore. Before it was, right? ATOM hit the magic 20. Now it's giving a little pullback, magic 20. But yeah, it was a clean fade, descending triangle, cracked under that. Okay, hold your position end of day kind of style. But that hasn't been working on some of these tickers, right? Holding till end of day.
Right.
So ATOM giving a little pullback down towards 5. Man, the 20 hit. I know how Mitch was saying, like, it's hard to explain, like, the third, fourth test kind of thing, and the 20 cents that for me. It's just It's hard to explain. It's just you see it. It just happens over and over.
Let me get some water. Be right back.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now every time I move, now my dog's like, I move, look at the dogs, like, oh, we can go now? We went the front door. Who was at the front door? That's so funny. I'll be right back.
Still monitoring the really the only play I'm seeing in a halt right now is this SMJF on the halt scanner. It's getting good volatility there. Interesting name. Resume price is 115 that I'm seeing. Outside of that, our soon is still in this symmetrical triangle pattern, guys. If it's anything like that pattern, though, from NCI this morning, it just kind of sketches me out. Now, again, I think this energy play, there's more reputability behind it versus the consulting company NCI, where we didn't really have much of any backing there. So monitor that symmetrical triangle there, and then yeah, PLYX has just died in volume. PLYX dead volume wise. I mean, we know our risk level now. Again, that would be the same theories before with over under. It's not everybody's stop is going to be at the 435, right? Because that's the level of correct. So you'd have to move it a little off of that. So identify the risk level, and then how dollar wise what you're willing to risk, and then that's when you do the math on how many shares you can get in based off of that level, especially if you're going to ladder it. But ATOM, what do you think? It's holding 5 now. Little quick pullback, but the 5's holding.
There we go. Yeah, it's a slow play though. It's a
GVH higher.
Yeah, GVH. I just saw that too. Yeah.
GVH. Yeah, it just there's that creepy, like eerie feeling you get in small caps when it's like nothing's quite had the mob. I mean, it's been like, okay, PLYX gets the mob, and now GVH, but what's going to be that rhyme play? Because Friday was RIME. Let's see if that was all day. RIME. No, that was like that. RIME was right around 2:00.
Right. Yeah.
Into power hour, it was like, okay, now we got something. I kind of have that feeling today where it's like, okay, we're gonna have something here, but which one's it gonna be? Is it gonna be GVH?
What's the flow? I'll go back to this too real quick. The floats on those plays. Yeah, GVH. That's what I thought GVH. I mean, I think it's 2 mil. That's what I got on trade ideas. 2.6, 2.3 mil, 2.6 mil, something like that. So yeah, GVH. And that was it was late in the day. It was around 2 or so Eastern time in the afternoon.
Yeah.
PLYX still not done either. So PLYX trying to make a little bit of a move back on up here too as well.
The only thing CA is this SMJF here. It just left its halt. It halted down $4, opened up around 1, and it's been sitting here. So I am monitoring the price action here. Like on a dead cat bounce, if we have a lot of volume coming in, I'll scoop some up. But if it's going to bleed on, I'm just monitoring that. As far as the volatility halt scanner goes. And ATOM is definitely interesting because shorts are having trouble with that one. And PLYX, guys, again, woohoo. Josh, we just went over this. Can you have your stop right here? Everybody, yeah. That's where all supply is. That's where supply is, guys. Everybody, they don't need to see your orders. It's obvious where everybody's orders are. Everybody's orders are right here at this line, 4, 3, 5, 6. And again, that's where you get the volume pop. So but we need to see what she's going to do. Is it gonna hold this level or reject? Confirmation over anticipation. If 4 is going to hold
halters. Got any halters today? Oh man, not today. Not today. I mean, we could get it later today, possibly, but right now, not getting any halting type of action or anything like that. No, not today, not yet. Could get it later in the day. Got a lot of big movement pre-market, of course, going back over to what we saw earlier in the day. So that was the other thing too. We just talked about just a little bit ago. We've had a lot of good movement. Like PLYX was one of those that had a huge move in pre-market, but Nothing too major. Nothing too major. I think this thing's going to make higher low pattern here and continue to squeeze on without coming back down to my bounce area.
GVH has been giving it up off of that new high.
Yeah, those are the shorts today. We got a little of the hangover action to start off with, but then we're getting that combo. I mean, we're getting a lot of that major reversal. It goes up, comes ripping right back on down. GVH. It's just a slow and steady one here. It's not bad. Just not a lot of good charts out there today as far as the continuation. BDMD, I think this is going to be another one too. BDMD. Keep this one on watch for later in the day. Of course, this is in that price action range from RIME, RIME from Friday, and then that play went from like $1.50 to like we talked about earlier, 3, 4, 5. So PLYX I think is going to be your main one to watch for the next hour or two. And I think once we start cracking back down below the 4 area, I don't think this play is going to be too high of watch for a squeeze and a pop for the rest of the day, and she'll probably just found her range, in my opinion, from 5 highs, the 3 lows, and really wish I would have taken this short early, to be honest. Now I knew there would be some action there for, of course, Joe and others to take profit. Boy, that was all over it. Had that one last pop, and since then has been pretty dead as far as the long side. We've had some good bounces on the way back on up here, and I love this is what I was talking about earlier when this crack came down. And these are the areas I usually look for support. These little small little plateaus right here that I call them. And what do we do from them? And we race the new high of day and a really good extended move. And so you'll see a lot of the time coming back into this old resistance here, and it becomes a new good support. And then you just zoom on out too as well and see that here in pre-market. There was some former resistance there, and you can see just they start adding orders from 420s, whatever, 423, put some all the way down into maybe even like all the way down here to 410. You could even put orders even all the way down here to 4 if you wanted to, and just kind of surround the 420 to $4 mark, get an average entry of 410, and now you were sitting pretty there for a small little bounce, slow and steady Eddie there. Speaking of, my baby, I think is going to run without me, unfortunately, but ATOM, I think that one's about to go. Keep on going.
Soon. Stoon's crack and its symmetrical triangle, it's probably a decent candidate for a little, the risk reward's good for a little bleed, but it's slow.
For a little blood, a little bloody. Watching the NBA All-Star Weekend stuff. You into the NBA? You probably didn't. You're like, oh, that happened. I just thought about that randomly.
No.
Daytona 500. That was this weekend. Yeah, I didn't watch. I thought we could. The funny one Thursday. We were like, yeah, I didn't. I just enjoyed the weekend. So, how was the dinner with the wife? What did we do? Valentine's Day? Anything good?
Yeah, my parents kept the kids and did all the stuff with and obviously surprised my mom with some wine, which she liked a lot. The wife and I, we went out to a winery, took her shopping, did all the stuff, and wife loved it, so it was a win. And then we just had a great weekend. I mean, we're very heavily involved, in the day to day, so getting some time together outside of work and taking care of the kids is always really good for the marriage. 10 years strong, Mr. Josh.
It's a long time. Red Rose, this is Trade the Pool. Which platform are you using? This is our Trader Evolution. This is Trader Evolution from Trade the Pool.
GVH, if that's heavy, guys, that GVH kind of monitoring after that snap. That could have been like the liquidation move, the 1/8. GVH monitoring this ticker at the moment. But yeah, I tell the wife it's 10 years. It's just felt like 50. I'm just kidding. It's felt like 2. It's just flown by. Where are you and Avery at?
Married. We're married. What's that? 7 years now. Going on. It'll be 8 this year. But we got together. We started dating in 2008. So we've been together since 2008. So overall, we were together for 10 years. So we finally officially got married in 2018. So
very good.
8 years of marriage. 2008 to now. It's almost 8 years of marriage, and then together for
20, nearly 20, 18.
20 years, 18 years. Long time. We've been together for a very long time, for sure. Been together since 2008. 2008, my man. I was a young little snapper.
high volatility year, but hey, you found your stableness in that volatility.
Right. Which I would have been trading the dang stock market for sure.
Yeah.
So did y'all get married on Valentine's Day, or is just
LFS halt? What? LFS creeping up right now, guys. LFS. It looks like it may want to go into a halt.
Hey, that's on the watch list. There you go. That's why you get her on there at 48% on the day now.
Look at that. It's about to go into a halt. It may. I may. If volume jumps in here, I may consider a position. I just want to see what volume's going to do. Paint a picture here.
You're not going to
eyeball it carefully. Not going to halt. But hey, look, this is why you keep tickers on your back burner, like Josh with the Mr. No. He just like I'm always flipping through. They call me the chart master 5000. It's just constant flip, looking at the momentum up, down, halt, back burner list. Got about 20 on the list that have potential. So just constant flip through, just so for the team's sake, we make sure we're not missing any action. So volatility, LFS, that's where we got some right now. That was out of left field, that volume spike on it.
Yeah. Oh gosh. Yeah. I mean, looking down here too, and how big that volume spike was too. Biggest volume. I have it in a 1 minute time frame just to kind of zoom in right now. But yeah, 1 minute time frame, biggest candle of the day. One big spike-a-rooney right there, my friend.
I think your BDMD is a decent candidate too. It's actually going sideways after this move up, so she's a good candidate for some potential later in the day. ATOM tuna. Let me take a look.
Yeah, it's
old Adam. Yeah.
It's a slower one, but I like her. I mean, she definitely has a good look to her for sure, and has that kind of takeoff top right-hand corner chart setup, going to squeeze mode to go for more. And if that's the case, then really I just come back down here, which I love, the top of this. I love how we failed here earlier. We're trying to fail here now. If we break out, move up to 550, 575, go for a pullback. This old resistance, this old supply zone will become demand once we break above it and hold. Good red to green move. Nice good V shape right there. Nice little move right there.
We're just getting nothing. This LFS can't hold up. You guys call it the best move on the PLRX, PLYX. That's been one of the outside of the rhyme hangover that I didn't freaking take because of the 20% short interest. But God, it pisses me off. Like Josh, I cannot stand what could have been, just staring at it, and then you're like, you can't chase, can't break rules, but you're just staring at something like and that happens like nearly every day. One of us, it'll be like the dip, you'll be, I was 1 penny off from the dip buy, and then you just watch it go from there, or same thing with, but that's why we have rules. We got to have structure and not chase. Watching LFS right now is along with PLYX to see if PLYX is going to stay heavy under the 435, which it tested. It's like main trend line from earlier is really going to be down towards under 4, which it looks heavy right now. Volumes died off there.
Yeah, and that's what you're seeing right now too, which this is really a prototypical, after a 3-day weekend, we're headed in pretty close to lunch hours. This, what look essentially and feel, this is what it feels like and looks like a lot of the time.
GVH has good range on it. I just sitting on the VWAP under $150 right now. After that $180 sell off down under 150. Yeah, that it's got decent range. So on the earnings, the open was right around where it's at right now. That's a technical level to be mindful of. The open was 146, sitting right around that level right now, guys. GVH, strong technical level.
GXAI still just in the downtrend right there.
Yeah, Adam's strong. ATOM is strong. Sitting up here still.
She's looking good. She works hard for money.
Heavy on PLYX. Yeah, that's what I was waiting for. That 435 test to see if it was going to hold or stay heavy under. It's under it still and heavy. Volumes fade, so it's near the trend right now, which is going to be like I'll show you guys 398-ish from earlier. Keeping a close eye on that. Along with this GVH. Now, really with GVH, a 50% retracement on it, I don't mind taking the counter on that. I think that was a decent liquidation move right there. A lot of volume for that came in GVH. So I don't mind attempting it. Maybe like a 165 entry against the highs.
Yeah, I like the PLYX too as well for some continuation back on down through the 4 mark.
Mm-hmm.
Looking heavy here. Looking a little archy, a little heavy. And Adam just kind of lingering up here in the 5s. I'm surprised it hasn't really made a move for the last 30 minutes now. We've just been channeling up top there. So just sitting there waiting on Adam. The Adam power bomb.
Yep. I think we're on top of both of these. PLYX. Kind of heaves here. Could even, I'm trying to think of a position on it because I know where my risk is. So I'd probably need to start a third size here, scale back up with like a 4 or 5 stop. Adam keeps getting bought up on pullbacks. Again, those are shorts looking for a cover. And some dip buys coming in. This is about to retest 5.2s, guys. ATOM.
I feel like we're watching an old movie. Oh wow, look at the move. You know, it's just right now it's gotten so slow.
I think this is experience though, guys. I mean, experience is the best teacher when you see these things. I think it takes time for the gut, that combined experience, to tell you like, oh wow, this kind of straight up move is like who's trapped and where, and knowing that.
This wedge is getting pretty darn tight too, because we are at the edge of that DT there. I'll kind of zoom in into a 1 minute time frame so you can see that a little bit more. So now that again goes back to what even Mitch and Kevin talked about earlier. We get in these, these wedges. What happens all the time? We'll come up, we'll fake out of, then come down, retest the trend, the actual uptrend, and then crack it and go down for more. This isn't done for the day, so this is why I'm still watching PLYX. If it has a move up today, we're going to get a move up today that's more parabolic. Now, Adam could be a mover, but it's going to be more like S-Sly, a little slower, a little heavier, a little bigger. If we have a bigger mover that can go parabolic, PLYX would definitely be on that way. Or even GVH. Even GVH, because GVH has a low flow.
SMJF just halted up. Now, that was the kind of dead cat bounce play we were going over a little earlier. I hadn't taken anything on that one. And then Tuna, your ENSC. Yeah, I just saw that on the scans. Really cheap. 64-cent ticker making some highs right now. Yeah, SMJF has good volatility. Throughout the day, I'm going to be monitoring that. Again, that with the halt up now.
Just the ticker lettering. SMJF. What is this one again?
I haven't seen any news here, but if you guys know, the last news I see was an offering, but that was in December.
It's got to be a Chinese play, I'm guessing, maybe.
Yeah, that's my guess as well. International holdings, yeah.
Have fun. This is one of those ones you can, if you're, it skips along, numbers real quickly. Your price action is really going to be really volatile, so you can make money here. But boy, you just got to be careful what side you're on that volatility.
Cramps is curling back up to the highs.
What is it?
CMPS, Compass Pathway. Compass Pathways is the name of the company. Yeah, 8.5. Over 8.5, this thing could get going too, guys. CMPS. I still think something like that. Right now, several of these tickers are fighting. It's a competition for what's going to get the volume.
I remember this one from pre-market now. Yeah, CMPS.
Yeah, she could get it. I'm fairly sure this was like a depression medication or CMPS. It had I think, yeah, phase 3 trials on treatment resistant depression. So whatever that is,
Yeah, right.
treatment resistant, but
Yeah,
phase 3.
that wicked movement in pre-market is nuts, though, from that
Mm-hmm.
CMPS.
Yeah,
I mean,
Crow.
for
That's
about,
your Lazarus right there. Yeah.
yeah, right. There's your 20 minutes of hell. Let me go back to this. I'll go on my chart here. Look at this, and not and even the opening bell, but man, let's just zoom out a little bit here and take a look at pre-market. Whoa, that's wicked. I mean, look at that. I mean, that's like riding a crazy roller coaster right there, bro.
They say the only ones that get hurt are the ones that jump off. If you stay on, just stay on. Keep your
I
seatbelt on.
like it. I'll have to remember that next time I get scared on the roller coaster. Like, don't jump off, just stay
Yeah.
on. It's gonna work out, Josh. You're gonna survive. Don't jump off the coaster. But that has kind of like going back to the place here that I would go back to BDMD in that kind of squeezy setup mode where it's getting really tight. You know, it's above the VWAP and kind of bullish area is my point. So those plays definitely have that look of popability.
ATOM 520 still giving it just a little trouble, but it's holding up. It still is holding here.
Hey, soon too. Look at the wedge. I mean, that's another one that's still kind of maintaining in a little bit larger time frame there, and that wedge is still pretty nice. This play has huge resistance up at 270. I have orders still in at 3. That's why it's on my watch list. I would love for this to randomly get filled today. Trying to get filled up here at this upper shadow. Pre-market quick sweep up there, but regardless, at this point being slower, it may not get higher than this 260 to 275 corridor.
Yeah.
Short and week this week, these always fly by. So, try not to hit home run. Just take your base hits. It's, already halfway through the week, so to speak, before we know it, which is tomorrow. And so, I always usually go lighter on these weeks and not try to take, big swings or anything.
I would love a big swing, but it's just, it's the longer you do this, the more you can recognize when's the time, when's not the time.
Yeah. Yep. And today, even literally in pre-market, I was in my head saying today's not the day. I don't think today is going to be one of those home run smackaroni kind of days, or even I've just loaded the base. I'm 3 for 4, or I'm 4 for 5, or so. One of those days where you've had just one boom, you're just killing it. One win, another win, another win, another win. Okay, there's a loss, but another one. You're like, all right, man, I just killed it today. It just didn't have that vibe early on in pre-market. And yeah, be sure to vote out there. Be sure to vote. Check in the daily check-in. Stay live till the closing bell. And so the daily trading check-in. Are you green today? You red today? You flat? No trades. So right now, we got 56% green, 15% across the board the rest of the way at I'm red today, 15%. Flat today, 15%. No trades today, 15%. So move that up there in this last hour of more green than not, which is nice to see. Love it. Again, as always, thank you, Florida Joe, for that information there and coming on and getting that up there for us and our links out there and all that. And of course, then thank you, Smoked Tuna and Tack and Red Rose and California 24/7 Love and Crow and everyone else that joins today. T-Web, Aussie Chick. Good day today. Slower.
GVH is kind of unwinding here off of that what appeared to be just the liquidation sweep. Unwinding a bit. Let's see what 1-2 is going to do on it. ATOM on the 5-minute, it looks pretty good. I know Tuna it can flush, sitting here stagnant. 5-minute, we're seeing a lot of lower wicks. I mean, there are buyers and shorts covering, and orders keep popping up. What is this going to be the third or fourth test of 5-2 now? It feels like it wants it. It wants that 5-2 break.
Yeah, and it could be like Smoke Tuna talked about where they're going to trap them here in a second. Then boom, we got a big sell off back on down like the 480 area.
Right.
It seems very imminent of move coming in soon. Coming in hot.
Yeah. Yeah, but we're all over it. Let's see what LFS is doing.
How about SMX? Let's see what it's doing today. Oh yeah, that was nasty.
What the?
It was halting earlier, so we had a couple of halts to start the day, up and down. But yeah, nothing that you'd want to go over and truly try to day trade. I wouldn't be surprised though, again, especially after that, we do get another spike from SMX. To be honest. What day are you doing the earnings? What day are you doing earnings?
Today. Yeah, we'll be back on around 4 o'clock later today, guys, to go over some earnings plays. Gonna do my homework on the earnings coming out later today. I know Money Mitch said it's kind of light today.
Yeah, this week just overall too. Yeah, it's just it's weird because, like I said, it's how funny and how late NVDA always does it almost every single time they're like this, where it's like it's next week at the end of, well, I say at the end of almost the end of all of them. It's Wednesdays when they do it, but it's like there's nothing until them early again. But PANW, so Palo Alto Networks is this afternoon. Let's go. Another big one out there is going to be CDNS Cadence Design Systems. I've heard of them before. Nothing too big other than that. Every once in a while, you'll get there's a lot of energy plays today. So we got First Energy, Devon Energy, Expand Energy, and you always see that. A lot of holdings. And there goes the pop and the squeeze there from Atom Bomb, finally getting that move up there. And we just were talking about it was make or break. It was coming in hot, coming in soon. But nothing too big. I would say your energy plays are going to be one thing you're looking at. I bet is Steve will be looking at the energy plays. And then probably your biggest mover will probably come from maybe I would say comes from PANW, Palo Alto.
KNW? I thought they went out of business.
PANW. Oh, man.
Yeah, nice little wedge, sending triangle, ATOM, squeezed up over the 5.2s. It looked like it wanted it. Now we'll see what she does from here. Profit take or continuation?
I think today we've I know it's slower, but that's your runner. I mean, ATOM is if you're going to get kind of, I say all day a runner, but something you can look at here in the next hour. I think something you could not keep your eye off of is going to be the I keep wanting to call it Krampus now, CMPS. So keep CMPS on watch, and then keep PLYX on watch. I would keep those two on back burner list, followed by LFS and BDMD. So I'll put my watch list out there for you guys. I would go with Atom all day slow runner, and then I'd go with PLYX and CMPS on watch for your bigger moves. Then we have what we got BDMD soon in tight wedges. Could see a nice pop still from them. And I spelled wedges wrong, but it's all good. I put the G before the D. I was typing a little too fast there. But anyway, I spelled wegadis.
What's your WPM? Words per minute. You guys do that back in school? Yeah.
I don't remember it labeled as WP. I do, yes, remember words per minute. I don't remember it labeled as WPM. That's funny. What's your WPM, bro?
Yeah,
man,
yeah, bro.
I'm 73. I can't remember what mine is. I don't know what. I have to test it now, but I don't remember what it was in high school or whenever we did take that class.
I'm pretty sure mine was. I don't know. Yeah, that's funny. You were typing fast there. You probably clearing 100.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm sure. Yeah. I was quick and high. I was one of the quicker ones. I do remember that when we took that class, and now I am pretty quick. Yeah, I'm a pretty quick typer. Yeah. So I'm not like super fast, but I am. Yeah, pretty darn quick. I mean, I see some people that it's funny. Like I feel like I'm in the middle. I'm only quicker. Regardless, I see both ends of where I see people way faster than me. I'm like, holy crap! How do you move that?
Guys, ATOM.
Yep, sell off.
5.2.
ENSC real big sell off too. ENSC Tuna's play, big reversal off 70 back down to breakout. So round trip there for ENSC. But then you see the people that like that one finger type, like they like my mom. I don't know my mom. I know there's some. Maybe that's my dad. But he does this.
Yeah.
Just typing with those index fingers, real nice and slow, like slow and steady. Eddie is the way he types. All right, so yeah, those would be my watch list right there.
Methodical typing.
Do you know the line on F and J key? Oh, yeah, that's where I always keep my fingers. I don't know what exactly the reason or memory for whatever those lines are there to keep your fingers. I think that's maybe why. But yeah, my fingers immediately when I go to typing just go straight to like like they were supposed to. ASDF for your 4 fingers here, and these 4 HJ.
I'm always feeling for those lines. So it's probably for
not H but J.
Yeah, just so you don't have to think about it. You just throw the index finger on it, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Your index fingers, going J and F. Yeah. And then you're just the one I can't do that well looking down some of the time are the numbers. I still struggle without looking. Sometimes I can just be like, I'm killing it like my trades. I'm killing it today. I know exactly where the number sign is, the 4, because you have to go up a lot for the 4 or the 5 for percentage. So those well. Yeah. But it's when you're going for like the ampersand sign or the asterisk sign, you're like, where's the 8? Hold on. That's funny, because we just don't use them as much. We use the letters and the punctuation so much throughout our year, of typing. Obviously, think about how much we've had to type from commas to apostrophes and parentheses. And anyway, we're like, where's the 7? Where is it at again? I gotta look real quick. All right, so we got to play slow and steady Eddie. I think Adam's going to be it. Again, if you want to get some more volatile, I think PLYX and Krampus CMPS have that possibility. And then BDMD and soon still have that squeeze potential as well. So keep those on watch here. Of course, you can see here BMD, nice tight wedge there. We have soon in that wedge, and wedge, there it goes. So soon is popping. So keep soon on watch. I'm going to have soon on watch. Actually, I'm going to put that back on my side over here. You got again.
Good stop, Webb, because it's just it's trapping and squeezing up, and there's up hundreds of % over the last week, and she keeps climbing. So let's keep let's keep having that patience, guys, on some of these setups. I've wanted to trade way more. I've been really wanting to trade some of this action, but Edge hasn't really been screaming at me. I like to wait for the screamers. GVH is close. If that would have popped to 1.6, I would have taken it. And CMPS, did you mention that one too, Josh? To keep on watch? CMPS, it's got a trend line that it's on right now too. CMPS up through the highs. Well, we'll cover the earnings later in the day. Adam, 5.2 now. Guys, Adam, if 5.2 is going to hold up now as a level of resistance and it cracks this line, I don't mind taking the short on this either. Again, if that was some manipulation moves today, Josh. I mean, we see like clean breaks that reverse or clean cracks that reverse. So it just hasn't been too clean of action today. But just make sure you know what you're going to do, traders, in the face of this adversity that we're seeing. Scanners will be live, so you guys keep chatting it up. And we're going to be back here soon, of course, Steve, on the Power Hour, and then earnings later in the day. So appreciate you guys. Josh, last word.
Love it. Yeah, just patience. Wait for trades to come to you. Like today, I just kind of waited out. I have only one good trade for the day, which was this F/short getting in on this crack on down and scaling out. Start practicing that more. I hate to go back and go, wow, I got out at low of day. I should have went long, but it's still a check mark and a slap on the back, but it's a congratulatory smack, whatever on the back. A good job, boy. I just got out low of day. A low of day. That's so cool here.
Whoa. We have a halt. OLB. MG.
OLB, huh? We're halting?
Halted up. Resume price 119. All right, something's going to wake up here. But, guys, I'd love to stay and chat. Maybe one day we will all day. But for now, I'm going to go grab a sandwich real quick, come back up here.
Yeah, that's what we'll do. We'll start when we do extended. We'll just have extended lunch hour. So, all right, you go get your lunch. And I'm like, all right. Kevin will be back in 30 minutes, and I'll go take my lunch break for 30, and then we'll go back for another. Oh, yeah, I love it. But yeah, keep OLB on watch. I forgot about it. And again, look at that wedge that we have here. This kind of reminds me of Soon. It kind of reminds me of BDMD. I forgot about OLB, so keep OLB on watch. This is a nice, tight uptrend channel overall here with the W shape. You can see here, if we maintain the 110, 105 mark, OLB is going to get some mob as we move into our main lunch hours. I mean, you can see the volume still pretty heavy and good here on OLB. It's never left it, never really cracked back on down below $1 and held down there. It's trying to move back up and through $1, right? That's what you want to see, not cracking back down in the 60, 70, 80 cent mark. Now, again, it did that to start the day. That's why I counted it off my list. But ever since then, she's just been on this one nice, beautiful uptrend channel. So watch for some continuation on OLB. Past chart history resistance, I've got 125 to 135. And then over that, watch for a move to 150 here for OLB. And yes, what Kevin said, y'all have a good one. Thank you all for coming and joining today. And we'll see you, of course, Kevin back this afternoon for Power Hour with Steve, or After Hours with Steve for the earnings. Of course, join this Power Hour as every Monday through Thursday. Got Steve leading you through Power Hour. So, again, I know it's a little break right here for the next couple of hours, but come back for Power Hour. I know you all typically do. You guys that always stick around, but for the ones that maybe just joined today, we're live every single Monday through Thursday in Power Hour with Steve. Got great information for you guys. And of course, that heads right into earnings today with Kevin and Steve. So I'll see you guys back on Thursday.
Appreciate you. Love you guys. Take care. We'll talk to you soon. Florida Joe, we may need you here.
Yeah, I just put out. Yeah, I just tagged him because he just said thank you. So yeah, so hopefully he'll get something up here in a minute.
And we're back for lunch hour sessions, guys. OLB about to resume at $1.20 here in 15 seconds.
Psych! All right, so they immediately messaged us and they said, "Oh, yeah, actually, you do not get up and leave. You are now on lunch duty." They immediately told us we're on lunch duty.
How was your lunch break?
Well, it was very quick. It was snappy. I inhaled as much as I could.
That was more like a smoke, like one puff smoke break.
Oh, you're good, Joe. Yeah, Joe. Yeah, if you get some scanners up. All right, so there we go. There's perfect, right? We just talked about it. Found it on past chart history, 125 into that 135 area. So there's that resistance showing up. We are going to try to hold the halt up price at 115 into this 110 mark if we do crack back on down. But right now, definitely, as you can see, big volume candles coming on in here. Bigger, pretty much the biggest, if not bigger, the biggest green volume candles. So that means what? There's a lot of buyers moving back into this play. So it's going to stick around. And in my opinion, this uptrend channel is going to hold for a little bit. So this is your, again, not huge moves, 20 cents, 30 cents, maybe at most out of OLB, but OLB, I love it. OLB, I'm calling it outside linebacker.
OLB. Yeah, some good power hour trades on the way. Crow called it. Yeah, here she goes. I'm monitoring this OLB. And then with this moving, of course, mop here, then some of those other plays like PLYX or it's ATOM, we'll see if those are going to hold their gains or if volume's going to fade off of them. But you guys know what to watch.
And don't forget Soon Dune. Soon Dune is definitely on watch. So Soon the Dune is definitely on watch there. So keep Dune on watch. And Joe's got his beautiful Joe said, I've got the scanners rocking and rolling there for us.
Always appreciate Florida Joe stepping in. Try to stay safe out there. Embrace the risk. We got the scanners up now. Take care. We'll talk soon.
Good afternoon, folks. It is Steve here with Trade the Pool, and it is Power Hour already. We have had quite a day here, quite a day. So let's talk about it. We have SPY's chart here. This is an hourly, and we have been absolutely cooking since this morning. Let's go to a 15 minutes because, man, it was a wild little morning. Mini rip into quite a dip, into another quite a big rip, and now we're just working our way on up the side here. I think what we're seeing is the start of one of our favorite W patterns here. We have the down, we have the up. This one's a little bit spooky because we got the right-hand side to sweep out underneath the base we have building here, or had building on Friday last week. So real scary when we were in this wick. You can see this bottom level right there. Make that a brighter color for y'all. There we go. So the name of the game was getting rid of these stops. We cleared them and found a really strong push up here. We swept the morning high. And then when we pulled back, we did one of those classic little 50% pullbacks. See, right to that equilibrium, to that 50%, which lined up right at the 60 handle, 680 handle. So we've got a game on our hands. I think the bulls are going to have what it takes to at least challenge this upper node from Friday afternoon here. So 686, I'd really like to see this tagged, and I want to see what we do there because we are still in a holding pattern on a higher time frame. So excuse the cluttered chart here, but the important part is that we have not yet reclaimed or tested this 50-day moving average. It's going to be this kind of dark line right in the middle right here. And this is kind of what I'm thinking we need to do to actually confirm a bottom this week. Howdy, howdy. Welcome in, guys. So we're going to be taking a look around the market in a second, but I just wanted to touch base on SPY here because it's an important place on the daily. We are really digging down into these Keltner and Bollinger Band channels this morning. That's this yellow and blue dotted line. And we're just hanging in there right where we need to. Very tough. It's very tough to decide whether we're breaking down or not in the morning like this when we're just plunging. And this is a chart I posted earlier because it really is just a game of wait and see. If we lose this level, we're going to plunge pretty fast to this 200-day moving average. But if we can turn this corner, we can fourth knock this top level here. So we've got 1, 2, 3 attempts to break through. Often the fourth will be good to move through if we can retest the top of the range. So that's why, again, yeah, just really watching the middle very closely. But let's get into some other stuff here. So in terms of sectors, what do we have? Leading the gate here, we are looking at, there it goes. Looking at real estate actually leading the way up. We're going to go to daily charts real quick here, just bounce through the sectors. And real estate, after this big base, is pushing up here. I'm actually going to go to a weekly just to show you guys how much room real estate does have if this ball gets rolling. We've got this downtrend line, and this is really interesting here. That is quite a break on a weekly chart. So can't sleep on real estate here. And I'm going to have to start looking through the sector a little closer. So industrials holding up very nicely. This is a weekly chart, just absolutely rocketing still. These are one area that's really, really holding the the stock market up, while a lot of the mega caps are kind of barely hanging in there. So MAGS, MAGS, this is the MAG 7 ETF. And this is a little bit spooky. We really want to see if we can find a save here off of this 200-day, off of this previous base. So we have to entertain the possibility that we are seeing some distribution on the mega caps. So what I'm doing here is I'm going 1 divided by MAGS. So what that does is it shows me the inverse chart here of the MAG 7 index. And just the reason why I did this is I think it's really important whenever you get a look like this, which is a break of a stage 1 base. So the stage 1 base is the sideways action between these two yellow horizontal levels. And the idea is that once it breaks through here, it's probably got some work to do, and it's probably heading up to this next area up here. So what we can look for on the mega caps, if we do break down, is something kind of following Palantir to some degree. As you can see, this Palantir, We believe this is in the process of the same kind of stage 2 breakdown. So when you go, you can also just do PLTD. This is the 1X inverse ETF. And you can see we're just playing footsies with this all-time downtrend line break, as well as the stage 1 kind of break here. Maybe you could argue the stage 1 break was like that. So I think that these names have a lot of room to come down. Here's another for you, Hood. If we go 1 divided by Hood, we will see again, this one's a little further on, right? But the same kind of gist, right? So a lot of the leaders are kind of breaking down. Hey, Tyler, how you doing, brother? Hey, Joe. So yeah, we're sitting in the pocket. It seems like we're at a change of guard, so to speak, in the markets. So the old guard kind of getting long in the tooth. They kind of need a breather. Might put them back in the box for a year or two, and maybe we return to the Palantir when it's somewhere under 100. I'm kind of suspicious of these names actually finding a way to kind of turn out of this bottom area. So moving on, we have some interesting plays setting up here with NVIDIA as well in the chip sector. I'm just still watching this like a hawk because it's been such a long base here, just pinned around this 180 handle. So once again, we pop the 180 handle. We can't break this downtrend line, and now we're just kind of in a holding pattern. So we really are probably just waiting for NVIDIA's earnings at this point to kind of guide the market, and especially these Mag 7s and the AI trade. So their earnings is coming up on Wednesday after hours, Wednesday the 25th. So in a couple weeks here. And I think that we may just be in some more violent chop until then. So let's see, we were working through the sectors here. We went through up to XLK. XLK started the day down 0.8%. Down 0.8%, now holding quite firm. And so again, just more holding patterns here. Meanwhile, XLV, it's starting to look like it might want to work its way up and break on out here. So we got to kind of start painting a picture based on what is breaking out and what we can infer based on that. But I like this chart on the on XLV right here. Looks to me like a pretty clean ascending triangle. I would draw that, something like that. Moving on to communications, dead flat, boring. And into the red sectors, XLY, we have XLB, home builders here. I think Toll is reporting today. So this is one we'll be keeping an eye on in the earnings report after hours. Toll very strong here and trying to break all-time highs or 52-week highs. Yeah, all-time highs. So man, this is a powerhouse and it doesn't look like it's done yet here. So energy having a rough day for the first time in quite a while, but again, kind of to be expected. We like to see some sideways moves on energy and give basically more names in the sector a chance to set up and pop off here. Right now, we have a little bit of a 4-day flag after a massive range break. So I'm still very, very bullish on energy. It's just going to be a matter of how much does it need to pull back? Does it need to retest this all-time high? You know, where are we kind of headed in the short term before we push on and up? But man, this monthly chart, the velocity on the oscillator, you see how it's just ramping up like this? That's so bullish. It reminds me of like right here when it's ramping up and we go on a massive rip. Ramps up pretty good right there. That ended up being close to a bottom. Another big ramp up here as we're pushing out here. So in general, very good look on this monthly oscillator. I do expect this these sectors and this sector and these names to have a lot of room. Just a matter of how we get there. And last but not least, XLP having a rough day as money is going back into the tech. So, all right, that's where we are sector-wise. A few other things to note. Silver getting smacked. Silver getting smacked, and all the metals are not doing much better. So we have silver having a red day near the bottom of its quote-unquote consolidation range. We'll see if it's consolidation or distribution. Same with gold here. Looking a little bit stronger, trying to hold on to its 21-day moving average. And we also have some other metals to keep an eye on. COPX, that's going to be our copper miners group. Nice hammer candle here. I got shook out of my FCX today, so I'm a little sad. I'm a little upset about that. I got shook out under 60, and the loss of that previous low there. So I'm no longer in this one. I might get back in, but I don't know. I always feel bad to hop in too fast after you stop out. I want to make sure that it's looking okay still. AA was the other one. Alcoa Aluminum. This one's a little bit heavier, but coming into that 50-day moving average, still holding for now. Could see the bottom carve out here, but it was feeling like it was a bit too deep of a retest of this flag for me to feel good about it. So maybe we need to sweep a little bit deeper. Keeping an eye on these though, but I think it might need just a little bit of time. So meanwhile, what else is moving, guys? What else is moving here? We have ONDS having a heck of a day, up 7.5%. I'm going to switch to a 15-minute chart now that we're getting intraday. Heck of a day here on ONDS. I'm keeping an eye here because I think we are trying to carve this double bottom out, especially on an hourly. I think that'll be a little clearer. Yeah. So a nice higher low here today off of the previous pennant. So ONDS is back on my watch list here. And I'd like to basically play it on a reclaim back through this 10. I think the 10's an important level. I'm going to redraw that up there. And one thing I want to talk to you about this bottom here, guys, is that it's a really good formation for one particular reason. So this is called an Adam and Eve bottom. An Adam and Eve bottom is when you have, let me get my marker, you have a sharp V for the first bottom. This is a capitulation move. It knocks people out of the market. If you were trying to get long somewhere in here, maybe off that bounce, this just washes you completely out. And basically it was saying, hey, if you were trying to get long off these previous highs before we broke out, well, we're going to have to flush you out. So you get the big sharp move here. You get the actual retest, I believe, very close to the penny of 50%. I'm going to double check on that. So if we stretch this to the top of the range and this to the bottom, you can see the precision here. It needed to come back down into the equilibrium of this range. So it didn't do it very much. And the second day it caught very cleanly. The third day it caught the bottom of this 21 day. That's today. And so now we're playing the pinch, the ping pong between the falling, really flattening 9-day moving average and the rising, flattening 21-day moving average. So real tight action here. And I do believe this is going to catch and keep on going higher. So this is one that I'm going to want to get back into this week. One of the few names that I'm actually really interested in here. And let's take a look at some of these guys. Tyler's mentioning CEG. This is Constellation Energy Group. Yeah, Constellation, high quality, does a lot of nuclear energy stuff. Apparently I drew this a while ago thinking it would carve a bottom out roughly around here. We'll see if it can. And basically we are fighting to reclaim this 50-day moving average, this blue guy here. So we have the confluence between the 9 and the 50, and that's going to also line up with this imbalance here from 310 down to call it 300 even. So that 310 to 300, that's going to be a zone. I'm going to redraw right there as an area of interest. And I think a reclaim here. Yeah, basically we're a little ahead of schedule, right? We came down like this, overshot a little. Now we came up to test this area. And I'm sorry, this is the 200 weeks. So this is the 50 weeks of the 200 day. Let me double check on that. Yeah, the 200 day moving average up here at 326 actually. And I can see our Bollinger Bands, the yellow dotted, and the Keltners here doing something interesting. It looks like we have re-entered a squeeze. So I think this one does need a little bit of a time before it's ready to get super crazy. But it is of note that the Bollinger Bands have contracted within the Keltners here. So it can enter a period of consolidation before a big sharp move. How's uranium doing across the sector? URA posting a nice bottom wick off of this 50-day moving average, but still it's just it's a little sketchy with this higher. It is a higher low, but a lot of the names don't have a higher low here. So I'm watching the sector as a whole. Got stopped out of some, still holding some, still holding my UUU just because it's a smaller position. The quad U. And this one's looking relatively constructive to me. Obviously, we did not get this path. Hey, maybe we cheat. And we just do that. That'd be nice. So we're going to watch this flag here as it forms. And kind of what I'm keeping an eye on. PLYX. Joe's mentioned this guy here. Whew, all right. Big seller. That's a 15-minute chart. Let's go back until we can see something of note. This is the weirdest chart. Just Just straight puke mode. I don't know how to play this. This looks like it was capitulation volume or close to it previous day, and now we are here trading even lower. Joe's been in almost all day from 319. Is that pre-market to hit that? This ticker is just wild. Oh man, oh man. What am I looking at? Did this like reverse split? Do I just have the wrong ticker? PLYX Therapeutics. Okay, this looks better. This looks better. So Joe's been short since 319. Flowers to Joe. Nice trade. Let's frame that. 319 way up here. So he got short. Hey, Doc. How you doing, man? I'm fishing for the bottom of this sell indicator. There we go. Okay. So how much did Joe make? Currently, we are trading for 239, which is trying to break down through the Monday low. That's a 25% gain. How about that? Yeah, nice rebound in all the power names. Absolutely. GEV is just such a Chad. This one, it's like one of the only plays I just haven't worried about at all since I've entered. Real nice. I think it's going to keep on climbing up to this 1,000 handle. That's where my trim zone is. TalkSpy and PANW. We were talking about that in my server this morning, that it looked oversold and that it shouldn't be getting punished like this. Basically, you know, we're not building cybersecurity at home. I am a little bit on the fence about whether it needs one more push down or whether this is whether this constitutes a valid bottom. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, John. Misunderstanding there. But yeah, for PANW here, I'm just watching this 9-day. If we can get a close over this 9-day, I'm going to be a little more interested. Or if we can get another push down and then another hammer. Just not 100% sure on a high time frame that this is where I need it yet. I could see it flushing once more and kind of forming an equal low with this area right here. And that would form a confluence with the 200 week. So I would kind of like to push down here, but we'll see. So Tyler's saying he sold his Palantir and buying IGV in the other port. Interesting. I kind of like it. So Palantir, it might be on its way down. Might be a tough trade. You know, I don't think it's going to go straight to 50 or anything, but I do think that my target's around 90 to 100. I think we can get there in a month or so, 2 months or so, 3 months or so, something like that. But it might not be a straight trade. So this is one area where I am still holding short, but it's not super weak today by any means. I think it's red or green today. Is green on the day. So my plan for Palantir, just for the record, is I'm waiting for this 9 moving average to catch up. Last time it was a really clean short off of that. Same with the time before. And before that, it was the 21. So I'm expecting a pop either to this 9 to get rejected or maybe a pop to the 21 to get rejected. So keeping those levels in mind and looking for that to kind of roll on over. For IGV, it is looking pretty darn. I mean, the lower it goes, the more I want to get involved, but I just need to see that bottom turn. If you're just DCAing into some high quality stuff like cybersecurity, Microsoft, I can't fault you. You know, I have some nibbles and they don't feel good yet, but they will someday. But you know, just in terms of really just putting risk on, I'm not 100% sure that this doesn't need one more flush out. And where would it go is the question. I just see multiple wicks down here at 76. Seems like a logical area to sweep and try to reclaim. Unless we really find some strength here. Yeah, so I'm looking at crowd personally. CRWD. You're saying that PANW is better. So let me see if I'm seeing what you're seeing. Because this is the name I like more on a fundamental perspective. What I'm going to do is I'll pull up PANW next to it. We can do a little comparison. The ETF's nice because you get a little bit less individual name exposure. And you know, if the idea is that you're banking on the whole sector to recover, not bad. I'm just wondering if the whole sector does recover significantly or whether there might be some decoupling with the stuff that is gonna have a bit more of a moat here going forward. So we have PANW on the right, crowd on the left. Which do I like more personally? I see pretty similar things here personally. So kind of just they both undercut the previous swing low, which kind of puts it in danger zone. And we need to make sure that we don't need to come and sweep lower. I like that. To me, honestly, they look so similar. So I'm gonna have to do a little more research. I'm just not 100% sure. Not 100% sure these guys are ready to go yet. So talk saying doubt. AI will one day change scenario of cybersecurity. Absolutely. I mean, let's be real. AI is going to change just about everything in some way or another. And the question is just, is this something that is going to have a moat and is going to be able to hold valuations, or whether it's going to get pretty rapidly repriced? And, I'm starting to go through and brainstorm names that I think could be zeros, because I think that we are seeing some very disruptive tech starting to kind of hit in the next year or two, especially in regards to these agents. And so companies like BBAI, this one's looking gnarly. Let me clear all this BS and keep it simple. This thing is starting to squeeze down. If it loses this, what would we call it? The previous base high, right around $4 to $5. I guess we're already darn near under there. So to me, this is looking really sketchy for a bigger flush and potential new lows. So we have BBAI, Soundhound. That's what it is. So SoundCloud, Soundhound. This one's looking rough as well. And so you can see how heavily traded this chart is. I always thought that this one might end up breaking on upwards and outwards. I always thought this one had potential to be a $40 stock, but the market disagreed, and now I'm seeing why, with all of the developments in the software as a service space, in the AI space. And what I'm really seeing is a big old break of structure. If we lose this thing can just plummet, and I think it needs to go home to $5 either way. So that's a pretty decent short target there already. That's a 30% short target if we do hit the 5. And I just see that as the equilibrium where we kind of need to return back to, even if this name is going to catch. So keeping an eye on that there. And let's check in with SPY, see what it's doing intraday. We can talk about the trades I took intraday too. Finally back to trading intraday here, guys. So we can talk about that. So we got the test of the pin of the W area. And by that, I mean, you can kind of see where all these wicks formed, right? And actually, we didn't quite test that. We tested the lower pivot in that point of control. So that's the dashed blue line here. And this is where the most shares were traded. You can see on the left on this volume profile, this node higher than this node. So now that we are seeing sellers of this top node, I would expect our goal to be to kind of ping pong between this node and this node. So as we trade in between there, we fill in this node. So instead of being, whoops, let's get back to SPY. Sorry about that. There are my doodles. So instead of, what was I saying? Okay, so we have the 2 points here. The one of the points, the pin is 685. The other pin is going to be 681. So 681 represents 0 gamma on the day. So 0 gamma is going to be above. We are in a positive regime and buying the dip. So you can see when we were under 681, it was very scary. But once we popped over and then reclaimed, it's looking a lot more stable. So once we tag this top node and we establish this bottom node, I think that it's probably safe to say that the volume profile on the side here wants to kind of fill out and form that shape. So see how there's this hollow area? How this would fill in is for price to basically bounce and chop from here to here for a while. So that's the range I'm expecting to play in. If we break above this on volume, then I think we go and tag. I would say the next target is going to be the 50% move of this leg down. So I'm going to pull this up just to give us a rough estimate. Oh, wow, the 50% is just lined up right there anyway. So in that case, I would reverse this to get the 6.2 fib and the 7.8 fib. So there's the 6.2 at 687. There's the 7.8 at 691. 690 rough target there either way, because like I said, on the daily, that's going to be our 50-day moving average. This blue line right here at 687.50. All right, let's see what else we got. We got Tyler loading up the PDYN. The PDYN. This one's getting tight here. What's this one? Paladine? Yeah, Paladine AI. Interesting play here. I'm going to run and grab my water bottle from the other room so I do not pass out. And then we'll talk about Paladine here. Really quick, we're going to put SPY up on the other screen too. SPY, 5-minute chart on the left here. Just looking a little droopy, trading back into the morning high. We got to watch and see what happens here because this is also roughly the 50% of the newly established range. And whenever we make an expansion through a range and then see some pullback, we just want to check back in at the 50%. Make sure that things are still good down there. So that 682 wouldn't be bad to tap in there and then find buyers. Give me 10 seconds. I'll be right back. All right, and we are back here. SPY just hanging on out. Just now pushing down into its 50-minute on the 5. Let's go to a 1. Let's get a little granular. And we can see there it is. So this is the 200-minute moving average, this purple line. Often, this will be an area of interest for short-term intraday algorithms. As we can see, just a little bit of a giddy up off of there. We're going to see if buyers can actually maintain off of that level and push on up. We do have a pretty... I would describe this as a relatively uniform sell, and you have some relatively decent buying in there. See these big green sticks amongst some decent sized red sticks. So not the end of the world, not like a really drastic markdown here, just kind of drifting on down in a relatively uniform way, kind of an algorithmic sell here until we are reaching down into an area where this algorithmic sell is going to be overpowered by a passive buy. So it might be at this 200, might be at the 50, might not be at all. Another area of interest is always the area of breakout here, and it's aligned with that 680.50. So kind of keeping these areas on board. Let's take a look at some of these other charts here while we got SPY cooking in the background on the side. I'm in this point in the market right now where I'm really looking around and seeing what's showing relative strength, what's showing, what's giving me a reason to want to buy it here, because I'm kind of needing a reason to want to buy something. You always need a reason, but I'm seeing a lot of growth getting washed out and the name's not following through. So for my swing trading style, I'm a little hesitant to get too involved too fast, and I'm focusing on scalping until then. So what is that ticker? PDYN. Not too familiar with these guys, something AI related, and it looks like they're holding up better than most. So I'm going to scooch SPY in here. We still want to keep an eye on it, but it's not doing anything too exciting yet. Paladine on the daily. Let's try the weekly. So I'm just zooming out until I see what the structure is kind of looking like, a little cleaner. The first thing I always do when I see a chart like this is I need to get my bearings. So I need to drop a big all-time high fib. And that just kind of keeps me in check. Like, are we overall looking constructive, or do we have a lot more work to do? So to me, looking like we're overall constructive. We surged through this equilibrium. To me, this surge, this reclaim, this big push through here. So all of this big volume is trading above, and yet it's not really collapsing. What it's really doing is coming back and retesting the equilibrium. Remember, equilibrium is just the 50% of the range. So right here, it is this 521 kind of area. What we're seeing is essentially the negotiation of a falling 200-week moving average. So that's this purple line that's slicing on down, and you can see every time we bat our heads against it, we are having trouble until this. So I see this is a bit of a character change, or potential start of a character change. And what I'm seeing here is that on this attempt, we reject pretty hard, right? Big up candle, big red candle, even bigger than the up candle. This one, decent size move up. We chop for a few days, or a few weeks, I should say, about a month, and then another puke here. So definitely not ready yet, but we are still confirming that buyers are under this equilibrium. So we did that. Now, this time, we spiked above the 200 week. We did come back, but we are consolidating above it for the first time. That'd be like if we were consolidating up here this previous time, or up here on this previous time. So it is a bit of a character change, and we want to see if this zone is going to hold. So by this zone, I'm just going to be drawing out all of these wicks here. And essentially, we want to see buyers in the yellow. And okay, now we are having some pukage on SPY. We're going to zoom in on this and see what we see. We were running too hot, too fast. This looks like a little bit of a liquidation here. We're going to be watching the candle close. Only 6 seconds left, so definitely a big smashing bear stick through this intraday 200-minute, which often kind of sets the trend intraday. So as long as we are holding and finding buyers under this 200, we are still bullish. So see, whoops, in the morning, what did I do? Sorry about that. So in the morning, what the heck was I about to say? The 200-minute, that's what I was doing. In the morning, we were fighting for it. We had to form a valid base under this neckline of the 200-minute, this purple line right here. You can see it aligning with VWAP. Often it'll do that. This kind of gives you a guide before the VWAP really kicks in, I would say. And so now we're flushing in under more volumes coming in, filling out this VWAP. We're defining confluence between these two levels. We smash up, test it. We have to flush out underneath. But once we squeeze above this, you can see just big squeezing candles, squeezing the bears out all the way up until we clear them out from this all-time high. So now we're in an uptrend. We're over the 200. Now we have to retest it. We come back down. We form another valid bottoming structure, basing out into this moving average and into VWAP as well. So again, we push off from there, and this is the first time that we're really seeing some intense selling underneath it. So we need to see where we're reaching. I'm thinking VWAP is the next stop, and that's going to align with where we broke out from. Something like that. So that's the next area of interest, assuming we are not going to find buyers at the 682. This is not the kind of candle progression you want to see right over the equilibrium, because remember, we want to see relative strength essentially heading into this. And if we're picking up velocity into the middle, then it seems like we're going to have the inertia to carry us down into this next target and kind of invalidate the potential 50% pullback theory. So that's what we're looking for on this 1 minute. I'm going to keep going through some other charts for you as we keep tabs here on the side. Right now, kind of retesting this intermediate breakout point. So that's going to be 681.50 to 682, that zone. So back to Paladine here. I think that this is kind of catching. And if we can turn the corner, then you have a really powerful chart setup here. That's going to be essentially a big flag like this. And that's on the edge of this cup. So you have the cup and the handle pattern here, essentially showing that price it's just too cheap after this crazy puke from 20 all the way down to 0.4, 40 cents. They said, all right, we're not going bankrupt. We're going to rip it all the way back up to past the equilibrium. I think that this one wants to go for a range break and a retest of this 25 area. That's kind of what I'm seeing. And man, that would be an insane move considering we're currently sitting at $6. So this one, I would expect it to take a while to play out just because it's taking so long in this consolidation. This is all the price action of the last year, 2025. So I like this one for the longer term, and I'm going to keep an eye on it, especially into this zone, but wondering if maybe it needs a little bit more time. Going on down the list here, you guys are talking about FIG. Sorry, this was 10 minutes ago, so we're going to work our way back up from the bottom after this guy. Trying to put in a bottom on Figma. I hear this one's high quality, but the market is not rewarding it yet. That being said, I wonder if this is when it gets interesting. These are not my strong suit. Bottom picking like new IPOs. I do a lot better when I have more data to work off of. So in general, there's a few things that I need to get involved in a name like this. So first off, we have the doom loop line. So I'm just drawing this basically as the ultimate downtrend line. And I include all wicks. And basically I want it to be like very clear that if we break above this, it's a trend change. On the daily here, we are seeing a decent amount of accumulation. I do like this. And we got to remember it's into earnings. So earnings is going to be tomorrow. We'll be talking about this. And this is a potential inflection point. So if you are a bit of a gambler, if you have a bit of risk, in your if you like sending it, this is not the worst look. But what I just got to say is that remember the last time we had this kind of flagging action, it ended up being a bear flag here. What I will say is the oscillator is a lot more constructive now. So we have this double bottom on the oscillator, and it's also a bullish divergence in that we only made a very slight lower low on the oscillator. Let me show you that. So we had that. Meanwhile, this line was like that, way more aggressively down. So it seems to me that this is stabilizing, and if the oscillator is turning up, see we had this double bottom here, I think the oscillator needs to run hot again. So the interesting thing is you can see up in this area up here from the September zone. Really quick, let me change my crosshair so you can see this better. There we go. All right, nice and clear. So in this September zone, we saw way oversold conditions, and we saw a bottom, and we saw the ramping up, and it still needed to run all the way to the middle point of the oscillator. See how the oscillator has 3 points? This gray is the bottom, that's oversold. This green is overbought, and then this is the equilibrium, the middle point. So we needed to, once we formed a bottom, surge up and run overbought a little bit into that overbought territory. So just like we're peaking above the equilibrium on a regular chart. While this was happening, we did get a nice push, but not nearly as nice as the move down, you know? So that's bearish for sure, even though it's a 42% push. Once it did cross over here, game was over, and it needed to get oversold again. Got oversold again, then it needed to go back to that middle point. So see again, while this oscillator was running way hot from way oversold into the equilibrium, this barely moved. Barely even moved. It was just bear flagging sideways. So now we get the air taken out again, but now we have the earnings coming up. So this is a potential inflection point. Something to consider. I'd consider it pretty high risk, but I don't hate it. And another little thing that's kind of nice is we have this little doom loop break here. Potential peekaboo above it into earnings. Potential scoop of this 9 moving average. So it's a high quality company, and it's not the worst thing in the world. I'm going to keep an eye on it. I probably, how I would play this is I would wait for a post earnings gap setup. Say they surge up to 30 or something, 31 off this 50-day moving average that's falling. I would be looking for it to tighten up in the next couple days in there and to play it off of one of these higher lows. So that's, I think, what I would consider on FIG. Now we're going to go to the bottom of the comments and work our way up, guys. All right. Talk saying he bought coin last week pre-earnings just because there were too many puts. Oh, boy. He's not perfect, guys. He's not perfect after all. Wait, never mind. Coin went up. He is perfect. He doesn't miss. I thought for sure coin missed because I saw those earnings. And now I recall it was the red to green result. Let's look at that. Meanwhile, SPY, by the way, just working its way down. Don't long this yet. We're just waiting to find significant buyers in the moving averages. I'll zoom in full screen. Moving averages are just guiding us down. So whenever it's a clear trend like this, see our ribbon, this blue area. When it flipped blue, that was the sign to get short. And now every time it tagged back into it, it gave you an opportunity to add to the short, add to the short, add to the short. So now we're negotiating the 50% fib, this 682, and also zero gamma. It's a level of interest. I would prefer to see it undercut, maybe to VWAP, and then look to get long for a push into tomorrow. Yeah, talk mentioning trade psychology is huge. Let's look at that coin trade. Absolutely. So positioning matters more than just about anything. Like what others are anticipating matters so much more than the actual objective, quote unquote, truth of the new information, right? It's all about, I mean, some of my best trades in the world have been on very poorly run, bad companies. But you know what? Everybody thought they were going bankrupt, and it turns out they were only a bad company and not a existentially bad company, right? And that repricing there can be one of the biggest gains. So I'm not looking for the best companies, guys. I'm looking for the best deals. And yeah, Nvidia next week. I think a lot of the market is just in wait and see mode here, right? For Nvidia earnings. This is such a massive base, just trading sideways for so long. I think this is another one of those Rorschach tests where so many people are just looking at this for so long that everybody kind of sees something different. For me, I've been bullish and bearish probably 3 or 4 times in this as my overall thesis has shifted. But in general, I think that it needs to go higher. It's just going to be a tricky trade. And I think the trickier these trades are often, the better they can work out because they have multiple stop runs to build up that inertia, that power. So how I kind of look for a little bit of guidance on these names that have just been trading sideways for so long that like, what do I tell from the oscillator here? You know, it looks bullish, then it looks bearish, then it looks bullish, but really it's just oscillating around this central pin. So I need to go higher. I need to go higher time frame. The weekly honestly looks a little bit sus here. A little bit sus here, starting to expand down. We have the histogram expanding down blue, and this is moving away from our baseline, this darker gray. So what are we getting here? What are we getting here on the weekly? I'm just worried about some potential complex head and shoulder, but these have such a low hit rate. They're like 55% when these head and shoulders actually play out, 55, 60% maybe. So it's really not a pattern I look at to like break my conviction on a trade. Just one more kind of area of interest. What I am seeing, I think this, whoops, I think this line's kind of useless. I don't think this one's even telling us much. What I think matters is that we can hold this bottom. Sorry, I'm trying to talk and chew gum at the same time here. I'm basically trying to mark out the bottom of this volume shelf. I think that's the level that matters. So this is the area that I just drew this blue rectangle at the bottom, where every other time we've dipped down into it, we've found a strong reservoir of waiting buyers. I believe it's off of this kind of continuation move here. So we had the big breakout, then price started to come down, and some buyer boosted us, and it was so strong that it boosted us past 200. Now, every time it's coming back down here, I think it's that same buyer, or at least, you know, the same cohort of buyers looking for at the chart for the same reason that's loading up here on these higher lows. And it kind of makes me feel like eventually this thing is just going to run out of sellers. What I am noting on the weekly here is we have a kind of a hard top resistance. Sorry, let me get there we are. So this is the kind of zone that we're trading up and against. Just keep taking profit over 190 essentially until we do get the break above. I think this is just going to be a little bit tricky, but we just got to kind of keep an eye. I think maybe this weekly is telling me a little bit of weakness, so we might revisit this zone once more into earnings. But that will be contingent on a rejection or exception around this this moving average cluster. So we have the ribbon, the 9, the 21. We also have this 50, all aligned right here. And in general, this is starting to look like a really nice potential like Qualamaji type swing where all of these moving averages are getting really flattened out. And once they start curling up, we can start playing ball. All right. So Soxel is how Talk wants to play. I saw some flow on TSM as well. Wow, look at that. Look at that candle. That's a wild one. In general, this is one of the stronger names. TSM. I think it was June bull calls. I want to say 400. I got to double check though. Very strong here. So MU, another big red to green today. Oh, red to flat today. This one's hanging out. So this was our path here. I've not changed this path since I drew it. It's working pretty close to accurate. We will see if we keep getting this move. We just got to keep watching these moving averages, this ribbon. And we are still in a strong uptrend here. Just really quickly going through the data names. Meanwhile, SPY. All right, did find a buyer off of that equilibrium. That's interesting, right? That's the first area of interest off that 682. So it did hold that nicely. Now we're getting head bonked off of this falling 50 moving average. So we're still digesting the trend. If we can form a higher low, would make sense if we see a little bit of selling off this 50 minute. If we can form a higher low, then this is an area we can look to get involved. Probably the trade would just be up into this this point of control, realistically. What happened there? There we go. The other alternative is that the seller that just stepped in is going to be stronger than this 200. And then we would just plunge through here and revisit the VWAP here. So that would be 681 there. While we're on SPY, I'm going to talk about my morning trades real quick, tell you what I did and why I did it. So out of the gate, we had a bullish signal short term. Sorry for the whiplash there. Get into an hourly chart. And so here was the setup. We had swept under this node here pretty quickly. I'm going to move it to a 15 actually. There we go. We had swept under the node in pre-market, the previous low, that's that pink line. So I saw that we kind of found liquidity there and we were responding bullishly to it. I also noted a big top wick. So I didn't think it was going to be just as easy as up and out of the gates, you know, just ripping. So what I did note is right into the bell here. We opened right here and my target was basically going to be swiping up into somewhere in this previous move up and then getting rejected. So when I was kind of looking for a zone, I was looking for, okay, I don't have any really clear targets on the actual chart here. So I need to consult my gamma exposure chart. And what I was seeing is that 0 gamma was at 682.50. 682.50. So right where this dotted line is right there. And so my trade was real simple. I'm going to go to an hourly and show you exactly what I was looking at right before open. So right at 6:25 my time, so 9:25 market time, right 5 minutes before market open, price is trading 677. And essentially what I'm seeing is my oscillator has started to, in the 5 minutes from that 6:25 into the open, my oscillator had started to tick up. It's really hard to see. That's a little bit easier. But the hourly started showing me an incentive that it wanted to turn around and change course. So that gave me the confidence to just zoom on down in and look for a lower time frame to find my exact level. So now we are at the half-hour chart. And this one needed some time, right? This one wasn't quite ready to go big bullish. And so this is what I was talking about when I said, like, I'm bullish overall, but I don't think it can go straight out of the gate. Like with this top wick, it's showing me that there needs to be some chop on that like hourly to half-hour time frame. So why did I take the long out of the gate? Well, when I kept zooming on down, here's the 15-minute chart. I saw the 15-minute just rapidly expanding here from oversold. So that looked really nice and bullish to me. And keep on going to a 5-minute. And right before the bell, I saw the 5-minute tick up. Trying to draw a little arrow for y'all. Right there is where it ticked up. And so that just showed me that we wanted to kind of push up higher right out of the gate and kind of test something on the morning session before clawing some back and deciding whether we were really bullish or not. But right out of the gate here was the most important part. So that's how I framed it on a higher time frame. And now we're looking at the actual buy signal that I saw just into market open. So 1 minute before market open, we got a 1-minute oscillator crossover. So now everything is aligned where I kind of can build out my thesis. So half hour and an hour out, it's going to be choppy. So maybe I get a quick 10, 20, 30-minute move, and then that chop starts to kind of catch up with us. But we see that short term, we're good to go. We're good for takeoff. So see how it's like, okay, my time horizon is kind of defined by these oscillators and where they are at any given moment. And yeah, thank you, by the way, Talk. Time is just flying here. It is already the mock candle here. So I'm going to have to hop off in just a few minutes to prepare for our earnings stream. We're going to be talking earnings on some interesting names. We have Cadence, we have Toll, we have a few other ones. It's not a massive earnings day, but we're going to talk about them, talk about the implications, and see what they mean for the market. Just to finish my thoughts here, we got a few minutes left. I got time to wrap up this trade analysis. Meanwhile, if you're along, just keep in mind this was a gnarly little sell mock candle. We'll see how it pairs off, but so far it seems like trend is down. Obviously, we're late in the day now, so not much trend left, but seems to me that, yeah, move's basically been done since we swept above. What I would like to mention, oh yeah, for this morning trade, So we got the morning signal just for a little scalp here. And my whole mind is like, I'm not really sure what we're doing on a higher time frame. We're in this giant holding pattern. We just showed an incentive to move lower, but then we kind of nullified that into the morning. I think that I want to keep my time horizon short and just take the little moves that seem easy. So for me, I saw the 0 gamma was up at 682.50. I saw that we got the bullish signal right out of the gates. And I love days like this. I love when I actually have a reason to say, hey, I'm literally going to buy right at open. And I bought right at open. And, I already have my risk managed. This was a 0 DT play. So if it doesn't work, I'll know within 30 to 40%. I'll just gracefully take the loss. If I'm right, I'm going to book 50 to 100%. It's a nice little 70 something percent trade. And then I said, all right, all I knew is that it was going to go here. I don't know what it's going to go into do into there. And so then I'm saying, all right, I took my money, and I'm still a little bit worried about a short, because remember that hourly and the 30-minute oscillators, those I figured they're going to have to start catching up with us before they're really ready to actually get going. So right when we lost let's go to this chart here. Just going on my other indicator set on this chart here. So right when we lost my 1 minute trigger, that's when I got short. Oh, and there's another reason why we head bonked here. This was the daily trigger, hourly trigger, a very notable trigger right here. So it takes time to digest these. We usually head bonk the first time and then trade around it, oscillate it a second time. So I was looking to go short. Where was it? When we lost this 9 minute, it was on my radar. We puked this, and then it pushed up. And then when it lost right there, I got short. So I didn't get a perfect fill off the back there, but it was good. Good enough is good enough, right? So we got short there, and the target was going to be a retest of this area and potentially a puke way below. So I was looking for a retest of the pre-market lows. And since we had swept it before, I wanted to sweep it again down here. So that was my target at 677.23. And as you can see, pretty easy trade there. So we got the plunge under VWAP. We retested above VWAP before just sliding on down. And for me, this was just trust the 1 minute ribbon here. We were waiting for it to bear flag into this 1 minute ribbon. Tried to, turn the corner in the ribbon and just hammered down. Since then, just steady drift right to the target. Booked it. Didn't look anymore. And it ended up being a real nice back-to-back trade. That's kind of my preferred scalping style. I feel like my best days are usually when I catch a small move and don't get greedy, and then catch the reversion move. And usually there's 2 or 3 kind of moves like that in a day. Often I don't play this very first one. I'll play the fade of the first 20 minutes, half hour move. So I'll play this, and I'll play the mean reversion of this. So down here I would try to get long. I didn't today, but that's my thesis, and I'm sticking to it. So we have 6 minutes left in the market. I'm going to hop off just for the 6 minutes, guys, and then we are going to be back for earnings on the other stream here. Thank you so much for joining us here. Hope this was a little bit entertaining. And yeah, just be careful, guys. It's a little bit sketchy out here. So we're rejecting this 5 minute trigger. We're rejecting the 1, and we are trading into that hourly trigger quite heavily. So 682, if this flushes, I think VWAP is on deck pretty quickly. But again, remember, 5 minutes left in the trading day. I'm sitting mostly cash, and I'm feeling good about it. Thank you so much for joining, guys. This is Trade the Pool. I am Steve Tileman. You can find me at Steve Tileman. That is my that is my Twitter handle. My Discord bio is in the link as well. But just tune back in 5 minutes, and you will catch us again for these earnings reports. So thanks so much, guys. I will see you on the flip side. Take care.